Okay, hello everyone. You just got the message that we are recording. Here we are for a 4-hour intensive. I think this is going to be fun. We're going to experience vibrational astrology. It doesn't matter very much whether you know anything about vibrational astrology. We have people with a range from not knowing really anything about it to people who are practicing vibrational astrology, but that's all good. No problem at all. I am going to dive in. I've got just a 5-minute introduction, maybe 10 minutes. And then we're going to actually start looking at charts. We're going to get an idea of what vibrational astrology is by looking at your charts. Is everything cool? Remember to stay muted. If you want to talk, you can unmute. And you've got the chat. So here's my chat. So most people will use the chat, just type in there. I will keep my eye on the chat, and Faye is here. She'll keep her eye on things as well. And we have 28 people. There are 42 registered. So several people told me, they will not be able to attend live. They're going to just get the recording. Okay, here we go. 5-minute introduction to vibrational astrology, specifically quick readings, how to do a quick reading with vibrational. Quick reading means you're talking to somebody on the phone or for whatever the situation is, and you want to know something about them astrologically, what's going on with them. So a few statements before I start bringing up your charts. And like I said, we're going to learn how to do this by doing it, believe it or not. I'm just going to say, here's what I'm going to do, and we'll start learning it. But I'm going to give you a little bit of introduction. Number one, what I'm assuming about astrology, this is an assumption, you may or may not agree with it, you don't have to agree with it, is that the potential of astrology is enormous. So if you think about other fields like mathematics, where was mathematics, say, 2,000 years ago? Or science, or music, or art. Well, anyway, you get the idea. You can argue these points. You might say, well, there were ancient civilizations, but you get the idea. These things can progress at a tremendous speed. So now we have cell phones and computers, and we're on Zoom and all this stuff. Where is astrology? Does astrology have the same potential as other fields? Is it going to do things that seem like science fiction, like sending rockets out to the moon and Mars and whatever? Or is it pretty much like a form of divination? What is it? So my assumption about this is that astrology is just like other fields. There's no end to it. And we've only scratched the surface of what astrology can do. And the reason we believe this is because, especially in the last 5 or 6 years, we've done controlled research studies of databases, our use with clients. Everything is moving forward at such an incredible speed that it's very clear that astrology can do much more than we can imagine, or anything close to what we can do now. And part of the keys for unlocking the future of astrology, this is kind of like our philosophy or our theoretical framework, is that we're not afraid of mysticism, we're not afraid of psychology, and we're not afraid of science. So all of these things are synergistic. So it's not like if you use science, it's going to kill your ability to have intuition, or if you use psychology, it's going to kill your ability to be a mystic or anything. All of these things work together to unlock the future of astrology. Now, the reason I mentioned that up front is that we're going to be learning a new system of astrology, relatively new, and the rules are very different. And so when a lot of people encounter these different rules, and some of the rules contradict what you may already be sure of, naturally there's a tendency to say, what, David's nuts, people have all kinds of weird ideas. So what I'm suggesting is, well, maybe, just maybe, astrology 1,000 years from now, 5,000 years from now, is going to look very different, just like electronics looks very, there wasn't electronics in discoveries. And so some of the new ideas that contradict our assumptions, number one, is that minor aspects are not minor. So what we're suggesting here is that a lot of things we believe in astrology are wrong. And that's not a criticism. A lot of things we believe in any field hopefully will be shown to be wrong as things progress. And again, I'm expecting astrology to progress dramatically and overturn a lot of what we think the world is like. At one time, a lot of people thought the world was flat and we were the center of the universe. That's been thrown out. We're going to, as we advance, things will look different. So number one, things like a 1/5 aspect or 1/7 of a circle. Some people have names for these, like 1/5 quintile. They are not minor. They're major. They're huge. They're just as important as squares and oppositions. We have a lot of evidence for this from databases, from all kinds of stuff. Midpoint structures, and you'll learn what they are. If you're not familiar with what a midpoint structure is, don't worry about it. And there's something called harmonic charts, and we're going to be using those, and they're simple. If this is a lot of new terminology, no worries. It's simple and straightforward. Only we don't call them harmonic charts because the word harmonic is like a really complicated word. And in vibrational astrology, we're looking at the chart as vibration. And vibration is simple. It just means like something going back and forth. You don't have to know like music theory or some complicated word like harmonic. So we call them vibrational charts. And the fourth and last point is how we think of astrology, how astrology works according to vibrational astrology, is that we do not look at astrology as archetypal. This is another radical change. So we don't say that Venus is an archetype of beauty and sociability and Mars is an archetype of a warrior and whatever. There are archetypes and they are extremely important. They're extremely powerful. So it's not because archetypes aren't extremely important, it's just how things work. We see the chart as a process. Venus regulates how we're attracted to beauty. Mars regulates how we achieve things. So each planet does something. So in vibrational astrology, we look at the chart as this dynamic engine of things happening, and then humans have in our consciousness archetypes, and they get triggered by the astrology. So that's to give you an idea of where we're headed. And by the way, I'll be using the Sirius astrology software. Most of you do not have the Sirius software, is what Faye told me by looking at the list. You don't need the software. Everything I'll be showing you today is also in the Kepler program. If by chance you decide you want to get Kepler or Sirius, there is $50 off Kepler, the usual price, and $100 off Sirius for you who have registered, and that's good through Christmas Day. And by the way, if you happen to own the WinStar program, you always get these discounts, so you don't have to do it by Christmas. But you don't need to get new software. Don't worry about that. I'm just letting you know because, you know, I'll be bringing up these charts in this software, and naturally you'll begin to wonder about it. So I'm trying to clear away some background thoughts you'll have that, so we can just do this. Are we cool? Everything fine? You guys ready to start doing this? Everything A-okay? I get some fingers up here. I don't see anything in the chat. Okay, I've got it ready. A couple of readies here. Let's go for it. So what we're going to do, I don't know how many charts I'll be able to do in 4 hours. Oh, by the way, we'll take 2 breaks between 5 and 10 minutes, about every hour to hour and a half. We'll have 2 breaks. I don't take a lot of breaks. Those of you who know me know why I don't take a lot of breaks. I'm a little bit hyper, so I don't like to, I just go, go, go. Okay, I'm going to start with the first chart I have up here alphabetically is Colleen. So Colleen, are you here, and can you unmute?
Sure, I'm unmuted.
Okay,
Can you hear
great.
me? Okay.
Yes, and there's two requirements, and you can bow out now if you want to. Number one, well, there's three requirements. Number one, I want a birth time from a birth certificate. Some people say, well, I don't have it from birth certificate, but it's rectified. No good. I don't want to. I don't want that. I want it from a birth certificate or a birth record. Number two, you have to be fairly open and be willing to say things. So if I say, gee, I bet you were a prostitute when you were a teenager or when you were in your 20s, and then you say, no, I wasn't a prostitute, but you were, not good, because
Yeah.
we're trying to learn, you know,
Sure.
or, you know, if you're a nuclear physicist, and I say, I bet you're good in science, and you say, oh, I'm okay. No, you're not okay. You have a PhD in nuclear physics. So good or bad or indifferent, you want some honesty. And number three, you know, that being honest and also being fair. Sophie, can you mute whoever that is?
Yeah, I would like to also say, then I will unmute that this, you want to be sure that they agree with it, that it's not confidential. We may sell this recording, so their birth data will be out there and their charts will not be confidential. It will
Right.
be open to the public. So make sure you all agree to these before you volunteer.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much for mentioning that. So Colleen, are we good?
We're good.
Okay, all right. All right, and you do have the chat there for little comments. Okay, here's how we do it. How do we do a quick reading? What we do is first we look at the birth chart. There's Colleen's birth chart. And we notice if anything is within about a 1 degree orb. If it's more than a 1 degree orb, we don't really care, believe it or not. So if there's something within a 1 degree orb, then it tells us that that quality is not missing. It does not mean it's strong. I can show you dozens or hundreds of charts of famous people who have Sun square Uranus, and they're the most conservative, pleasant people in the world. You cannot look at a chart, see Sun square Uranus with a small orb, and say you've got some radical, crazy astrologer, whatever. It doesn't work. This is our theory. I'm going to say things as if they're facts, but I'm really not that arrogant. But I'm going to just say them as if they're facts because it's easier to learn. So, but what it does tell us, if you have Sun square Uranus with almost no orb, it does tell us that you're not rigid, stuffy, completely inflexible. You know, you go with the flow. If on the other hand, you don't go with the flow, you probably have physical or mental illness. So I use the modern astrological idea that these are energy patterns that are trying to come through you. If they don't come through, and sometimes they don't, it creates a disturbance, and that disturbance will usually manifest as mental and or physical illness. So the astrology chart does not tell us what you are. It shows us a wiring diagram. It's actually from a higher dimensional space, and we actually have a physics behind this, not just a bunch of woo-woo terminology. It comes from a higher dimensional space that tries to manifest through you. So the astrology chart is inherently therapeutic because it's telling us how energy is trying to flow. And that's consistent with modern ideas, although we're very clear and specific about this. So we look at this chart and we see that Sun is sextile Uranus, 2943, a little over a degree orb. Guess what? We're not really that interested in it. It's a little over a degree orb. It means something, but you know, if we start talking about subtle things, it's not that exciting. We want to hit the really big ones. She has a moon Venus quincunx. Now, let me tell you how we interpret this. What does the moon mean? Archetypally, the moon is the mother, its moods, its disposition, its memory. You know, Venus is pretty girls and princesses and art and whatever. It's got all these associations, right? But we don't think that way in vibrational astrology. We think of those as symptoms. Yes, Venus can be a pretty girl or a princess, but that is a symptom. Venus is not archetypal. Venus is a bunch of rock and gas going around the sun. It's not an archetype. The archetype's in your head, my friends. So it's not, Venus is not an archetype. Venus is an energy process that triggers archetypes in human consciousness. What Venus does is there's something called beauty, if you haven't noticed. I'm a little eccentric and oddball. You'll get used to it. So there's beauty in the world. You look out at the sunset, you go, oh my God, that's beautiful. You see beautiful painting. There's beauty. The way we look at this in vibrational astrology is that beauty is a given. It's a given. It's like the elements in chemistry. It's like that's what God created. It's the given. And what Venus does is it regulates the way that we're attracted to beauty. So the reason why Venus is related to art is because most art is beautiful. But what if the art is not beautiful? What if it's disturbing? What if it's chaotic? You know, some art is made to disturb your perception, to make you think differently. That art is not Venusian. Why is Venus related to romance? Because usually in romance, we want to be near the other person. Beauty is inherently attractive. When you see a beautiful sunset, you go, oh, your eyes open up, you're drawn to beauty. What I'm saying is that these are facts of life. You don't have to agree with them. I'm just telling you how vibrational astrology works. That there's something called beauty, it's inherently attractive, and Venus regulates the way that we're attracted to beauty. If you have a good friend and you don't really feel like you need to be close to them all the time, you like to talk to them when you see them, that's usually, sometimes it is, but not usually what we think of as romance or falling in love. So anytime you're attracted to beauty, that's a function of Venus. You all follow me? So vibrational astrology is very specific. It's not archetypal. Venus tells me how I'm attracted to beauty, period. Alpha and omega. That's it, bro. No more. And then out of that attraction to beauty, archetypes are generated in images and mythology and stories and narratives and occupations and behavior. But the astrology is not as above, so below. The astrology is a wiring diagram, and that wiring diagram develops in human consciousness and experience. The astrology chart is like a cosmic genetic code. By looking at the chart, I know your code. I know what's driving you. I don't know what you do. I don't know what you decided about it. I know what's going on underneath the surface. I know what the forces are. It's not a physical code, it's an energetic code. I know the energetic codes that are pushing you. What you've done about it and where you're at, I have no idea. But I know what's going on that's like driving you. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. So Colleen has some kind of, she has a moon Venus quincunx. They're both in 7 degrees. It has only a 10-minute orb. Moon is the past. It's not your mother. It's not all that stuff. It's the past reflected into the present. In Vedic astrology, the moon is the mind. Why would the moon be the mind? I thought Mercury was the mind. Because if you have no memory, you have no consciousness. The sun is the present. If I only had the present, I'd be kind of like a child. You know how a child is? Not a child, a baby. Like a baby. You go, ooh, cutesy, cutesy, blah, 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 blah. The baby goes, and then a mosquito hits it, and then it completely forgot about you making stupid faces, and now it's in pain. A lot of babies, they don't have much moon. It's like they don't remember. It's like whatever they're experiencing is what that's it. And without memory, there's no real consciousness. There's no development. There's no history. There's no continuity. You're just like a mechanical instrument that just registers stuff and nothing can build. So the sun is the present and the moon is the past. How do we know the past? From memory, from habit. It registers in our disposition. So all those things we say about the moon, that's your disposition, your moods, your memory, are true. Those are ways that the past is reflected into the present. Moon Venus means you have an attraction to soulful things. Now, a quincunx is a little bit of a weird aspect, but it means there's something weird or interesting going on with Colleen's nostalgia, with her love of antiques, with her love of grandma's recipe, with her love of her heritage. Maybe she's Jewish or African or who knows what. But there's something going on about when something is deep and soulful, it's more beautiful. It's like it's gathered depth, it's gathered soul, it's gathered wisdom, it's gathered something special. Moon Venus, in a more obvious aspect, means that the person loves things that are old. Period. It's very simple. You take them to a house, it's a brand new house, it's very beautiful, it's very modern, they don't like it. It's like some new flimsy wacko thing. You know, the windows go up and down when the sun comes out. Like, who the heck cares? Where's my oak tree? Where are my roses? Where's grandma? You all following me?
Sure.
Venus means you're attracted to beauty. Moon is reflected the past. It means that beauty is something that comes from the past. It's rich, it's deep, it's better. So a Moon Venus person should marry someone that they feel a history with. Now, maybe they didn't know them as children, but when they met them, it's like, oh, they like that same music. Something brings them back. You can also discover the past. You could study history. You could study sociology. I could learn about the Middle East. I can learn about Japan. I can learn about anything. And I can learn the history and soul and culture and depth and the food recipes and the music and the wisdom. And Moon likes to do that. So Moon Venus means you find the beauty, like, oh, those instruments, those musical instruments, and how did Renoir paint that thing? It's like the beauty. So with Moon, Quincunx means there's something in this lifetime that's going to change. She's going, now this, I would never interpret this at the beginning of an interpretation, because I like to tell the people facts so that they nod their head yes. And quincunxes are very difficult to get confirmation of because they're a tricky growth process. They're more like an evolutionary thing. So I don't talk about those off the top, but there's something going on with that. Now, so the first step is you look at aspects that are within a 1 degree orb. Now, I don't want to get much feedback about the Moon Venus because it's a little tricky, but I'm going to go on to the next step. Is everybody with me so far?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Is it that the quincunx takes a long time? Yeah. You know, yes, that's a good question. You really start to feel the quincunx as an adult. You start to really see that there's something going on. There's a readjustment with the beauty of her own heritage and discovering a new one. But it's so evolutionary, it's so abstract that the person may or may not understand what's going on. So here's another thing. How do we know if the astrology works? Well, there are certain things that just work factually, and you can confirm those. Others are hard to confirm. Quincunxes can often be difficult to confirm. So we're going to go on to the next step, which are midpoint structures. Okay, now, and later on, I'll get some feedback from Colleen because you're probably curious, but I want to go on to things that we can get better feedback on. Let me answer this question. So there is a causal relationship between the principles as embodied in the planets and human behavior. We are not just projecting our archetypes onto the stars. We embody the energies that are out there. Kind of. I don't like the word causal, personally. A lot of people think science is about cause. There's no cause in science. Sorry, but that's just a myth. The law of gravity has nothing to do with cause. It's a mathematical model. science is about modeling things. It's not about cause has many different meanings. So I don't like the word to use cause because it makes you think like you push something and then it moved. That's about the only cause there is. But what I would say is that yes, the answer to your question is yes, that astrology is real and there's real forces at work. How we respond to them, however, is up to us. So we don't know how the person responds, but we know what the force is, and we know that there's a limited possible number of responses. That'll become clearer as we move along. But no, it's not just a bunch of projections and it's not just psychological, it's a real thing. Okay, now let's look at the midpoint structures. A midpoint structure just means if one planet is halfway in between two other planets, those three planets resonate with each other. So I'm going to pull up the midpoint structure so we can see an example of one. And just making that as big as I can. Let me right click. I'm going to get rid of the nodes, the vertex, ascendant midheaven, so that we have only the planets, just to keep it simple and to things that don't move too fast. And what it tells me is, I'm going to pull up a pop-up wheel. What this is saying is that the moon, over here, it's almost 8 degrees Taurus, is opposition the middle of Sun and Mars. So Sun is at 0 Scorpio, Mars is at 15 Scorpio. The middle of that is about 7.5 degrees Scorpio. And moon is at 7 Taurus. So this tells me it's exactly 10 minutes from the midpoint. This means that the distance of the moon to the sun is the same as the distance of moon to Mars with only a 10-minute difference. I'm going to say it again. It's extremely simple. The distance of moon to the sun is the same as the distance of moon to Mars. Almost exact, there's a 10-minute difference. Just like you have an orb for aspects, you have an orb. If you have two strings that are the same length, they play the same note. And the same thing is happening here. Her sun moon is singing the same note as her moon Mars. They are in sync with each other. And the result is that she has a very strong moon, sun, Mars energy. Does everybody get that? Any questions?
What does that mean?
Yes. What does it mean? But any questions about the mechanics? I mean, it's simple. Right?
No, it's clear.
Okay, so what it means is that moon is the past reflected into the present. The sun is the present. The sun and moon control time. Without the sun, there's no awareness, there's no consciousness. Without the moon, you don't remember anything that ever happened. They are the lights, they control existence. The planets have more specific functions. Mars is not angry. You're angry, or your friend is angry. Mars is just perfectly happy. It's just up there burning around, and running around. So it's happy. You're angry. Mars is fine. It's just a bunch of rock and gas or whatever it is. So what Mars does is it regulates the desire to achieve. So did you ever get up in the morning and think to yourself, you live in suburbia and you want to mow the lawn, or your living room looks really terrible and you want to paint it, or I really want to go to David's thing today, and you have something you want to do. It may be mental, you want to play your piano, you have this feeling that you want to do something, and if you do it, it's going to make you happy. Isn't it weird? That's what we humans do. We have this feeling like we're going to do something, and then we're going to feel good that we did it. Like, I'm going to go run around the block 10 times, and that's going to help me from getting so fat, and I'll feel fit, and I've achieved something. And then if I don't achieve it, I don't feel as good. Mars is regulating the fact that we walk around thinking we're going to achieve something. And the reason why Mars is associated with anger is because when you don't achieve it, it's like friction, and doesn't feel good. So the goal of Mars is to fulfill this sense of achievement. It's like nature instilled with Venus attraction to beauty. It's not a cultural artifact. Attraction to beauty is a fact of life, and the need to achieve is a fact of life. Some cultures promote it more than others, but it's a fact of life. Sun, Moon, Mars means you're a doer. She's a doer. You know, when she was 7 or 8 years old, she didn't sit around and say, oh, I'll just be a cheerleader and watch the guys play football or whatever. And I'll just, hang out and be a pretty wallflower. She would say, I want to do something. I want to fix this. I want to learn this. I want to get this done. It's a feeling of wanting to get things done that's so fundamental and ingrained because it's the sun and moon that she just doesn't, she's not happy to just exist. She's a fundamentally a person who is engaged and active. It's like her signature. Now, she may be happy, she may be bright, she may be light, she doesn't necessarily get into fights or anything like that. She does if she feels like she's not doing anything. Then she's very irritated and upset. But as long as she's gotten into a habit and a lifestyle and a mode where she feels like something's getting done, we don't know yet whether it's mental, physical, athletic. As we proceed with the interpretation, we'll find out. But as a child, if you have a child like this, you find things for her to do and encourage her to achieve them. And when she doesn't achieve it, because we don't succeed at everything we do, you go back until you achieve it, and then she feels good. So she's a Mars type person. Doesn't mean she's angry, doesn't mean she's hostile. It just means that she's fundamentally an active, achievement-oriented person. Now, we don't know if she's had 5 kids. If you have 5 kids, you got a lot of work to do, and there's a lot to achieve just to get them fed and sent to school and whatever else you got to do. This achievement can take many levels. Achievement doesn't mean that you're ambitious in the world. It means moment to moment. If the kids don't get fed and sent off to school, or the taxes don't get filed, or the fence is broken and nobody's fixing it, that doesn't work for her. Now, Colleen was born in what year? She sounds like she's an American. Let's see the cultural aspects of this. Born in New York in 1961. So anyway, hopefully the environment encouraged her to be a doer. So that's what the Sun, Moon, Mars mean. Now, here's the other thing. You don't squeeze more out of something than you can get. Some people will like to perseverate on the, try to get more and more out of it. Well, it's in Scorpio, blah, 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 it's in this house. We'll find out more about her from the rest of the chart. That's all we can say for now. Okay. So Colleen, is that true? Are you a doer? Colleen, you can unmute. What happened to her?
She's off doing something.
Yeah. Okay, we lost Colleen. We'll come
Bad timing, Colleen.
We'll, sweetheart, you don't see her down there somewhere on the list?
I don't see Colleen.
Okay.
Maybe she lost a connection.
Yeah, she might have lost connection.
Yeah.
She's listed as a participant.
Okay.
Right now, she's listed in there as a participant.
Okay, so she is there. All right. We'll come back to her later.
David, before we leave her chart, I won't remember to ask you later. Would I look at the Neptune opposite Vertex because it's so close? If it's an accurate time, it would carry over.
Right, we can address that. She has Neptune opposition the Vertex extremely tight. The Vertex, like the ascendant, midheaven, other houses, moves very quick. Her time is to the minute, 6:31 a.m. So if her time is accurate within a few minutes, she does have Neptune very strongly opposition to Vertex. I'm going to make this quick because I want to focus on the things that we will come up with every client. But we have this theory that the vertex becomes stronger as you get closer to the poles and further from the equator. So she was born at 42 north. 45 north is halfway from the equator to the North Pole. So her vertex is almost as strong as her ascendant. If you're born on the equator, the vertex has almost no strength. Do a chart for somebody born within a few degrees of the equator, and the vertex is always at 0 Aries or 0 Libra. The vertex does not move when you're at the equator. The ascendant acts erratically when you're near the poles. It can move like 10 degrees in less than a minute of time. In fact, in seconds of time, in some cases. The ascendant is not well defined very often when you're near the poles, north of the Tropic of Cancer and north of the 67 north and 67 south. It acts erratically. So what happens is they exchange power. And anyway, the vertex has more to do with practical relationships. The ascendant has more to do with just being with somebody. You're just with them. You're playing cards, you're whatever, you're just with them. There's nothing to it except the relationship to the person and the environment. Vertex is about practical relationships. It's about if you didn't have grocery stores, if you didn't have car mechanics, if you didn't have house builders, we would all be in trouble. We need each other for practical reasons. And vertex has to do with colleagues, associates, repair people, people that are helpful, people that help you get to where you want to go. A teacher who helped you realize that you could be a nurse or whatever. People that have done something for you or you do something for them. And the vertex can be very emotional. People can be very emotional about their school teacher who inspired them. It's about the effect we have on each other, the real effect and what it does to our goals in life and where we are situated and whether we're able to bring out something of ourselves into the world. So Neptune opposition the vertex is like a 7th house cusp, means that there's some high vision and dream about working together to achieve things. So it means that she has a strong need to feel like she has soul sisters, soul brothers who are on the path together. Like it's like teamwork, like she works in a hospital. She's a doctor or a nurse, and there's a team of doctors and nurses, or she's a school teacher. There's people who are there for the dream. We're going to educate the kids. We're going to inspire the kids. The kids are going to come out of our classes. They're going to know how to read and write. They're going to be excited. They're going to be full of wonder and awe. And we're going to do this together. And there's a lot of love and idealism based on the shared dream. And without that, she'll become severely depressed. When Neptune is not fulfilled, there's no meaning in life. And when there's no meaning in life, there's a depression. So either she is, since it's on her anti-vertex, if she's not leading the vision with her team, if she feels like the team is really just in it for the money and she feels disillusioned, she'll become very depressed. That's her, that's what it means. It means she cannot go to work and just make a lot of money. It'll make her depressed. Also in her marriage and her friendships, there has to be a feeling that you're there for each other. That when he was sick, she helped him get through it. And if she didn't help him, who knows, what kind of shape he'd be in, or vice versa, that he helped her when her father died or mother died or whatever. He did something and he drove her all night or whatever. You did something for each other. She's in love for the rest of her life because her husband drove her through the mountains all night when her mother was sick. Bringing flowers is not enough. You know, it's nice to get flowers on Valentine's Day, but what really wins her heart is something like that. That's what the vertex means. That was what Neptune, exactly opposition to vertex, means. And we don't know the result. She's either very depressed or she's very happy because she feels like she really lived her dream. It goes both ways, for people and from people. Okay, there you go. Now, since Colleen has gone into the ether somewhere or into internet heaven, we're going to go on to the next person. Okay.
I called her and left a message.
Okay, good. We'll come back to her. But we're learning the fundamentals of vibrational astrology. We're learning to think like vibrational astrologers, and we're learning what we look at. Let's go on to Gail. Gail, are you still here?
I'm here.
Okay, so Gail is here. And Gail, you were born March 13, 1953, 12:31 p.m. in Melrose, Massachusetts, with 22 Cancer rising. And you're not shy and not overly humble and not afraid to admit how terrible you are or how
I
wonderful.
will admit all my sins.
Okay, good. We want people who confess their sins. Okay. Now, and I got the birth information in there correctly, right, Gail? Okay. Does she have anything within a...
The birth data, is that correct, Gail?
Yes, it is correct.
Okay. So she has Mars opposition Saturn. It's exactly a 1-degree orb. It's not the most powerful thing in the world, but it does tell us that if you hired Gail for a job and, you're supposed you hire her, I have no idea what she does, but suppose you hire her as a school teacher and then people don't deliver something, they leave it out, and she's got to go pick up the boxes and bring them into the room, or the janitor didn't show up and he didn't sweep the floor. Will Gail sweep the floor when the janitor doesn't show up? Will she
Yes.
go out and get the boxes that the delivery man left at the front door and didn't bring into the classroom? Is she going to whine and complain about it and protest and, ask for a higher wage and whatever, and it's not on her job description? What is she going to do? She's going to go out and get the bloody boxes and put them in a room, and nobody will even know she did it. That's it. I mean, what's the big deal? Unless she's got a bad back, in which case she'll get another teacher to go get it and expect him or her not to complain and what. Go get the bloody box. What's the big deal? It's not the end of the world. Mars, Saturn says there's things you got to do. Life doesn't exist for you to be cruising around drinking mint juleps on a fancy yacht. Just do what you got to do, sister. So now Mars, does that mean that now if the Mars Saturn is exact, if it's like a 5-minute orb or 10-minute orb, then you know what happens? This may or may not happen for Gail because it's a 1-degree orb. But if it's a 5 or 10-minute orb, guess what happens? You end up doing the janitor's work, the supervisor's work, and the assistant's work, because they're all talking about the football game and who's going to win the Super Bowl and how cute Tom Cruise looked in his last movie. And you're going to be doing everything because they're saying, oh, look at Gail go. She's going to sweep the floor, do this, stay overtime. Cool, let's go to the football game. So if you have Mars, Saturn very exact, people tend to take advantage of you because you can't resist doing what needs to be done. Kids got to be taught. They're not going to be taught and enjoy the classroom with a bunch of rubbish around. You're going to do what needs to be done. So with a 1-degree orb, she may not get that abused. So what happens in vibrational astrology is we know what the energy is, we know how strong it is, and we know what the consequences are. And we have a phrase, orbs are everything. Because when the orb is very tiny, it doesn't get any stronger than that. It's like over the roof. 1-degree orb, it's strong, but this is the nature of Gail. We know exactly what the person is like, and if they're not that way, we know what kind of symptoms will arise if they're not engaging that. So if she tries to be party girl, I don't know, just are using drugs or something. I mean, to get her out of her misery. She's just not going to be Miss Party Girl all the time. You know what she'll do? She'll go to the party and she'll get there early to help set it up, and then she'll stay late to clean it up. Then she will have a wonderful time. She'll dance, she'll laugh, she'll carry on, as long as she can get her Mars Saturn in there. See, that's the thing about the energy flow. The energy needs to be dissipated. It needs to be channeled. The astrology chart does not actually describe who you are. It describes how energy flows. If you do your Mars Saturn thing, then your Mars Saturn is happy. It doesn't mean you have to do it all the time. You got 20 other things going on, but it's got to be released periodically. So she's lots of fun as long as she feels like she's done what needs to be done as well. So she's a good worker. She's responsible. I don't know to what extent, but I know she's not goofing off all the time. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be here if she was that dysfunctional. And some people are highly dysfunctional. Oh my God. Because of pressures or whatever, they don't get in tune with the energy flow, and it's terrible. Okay. So I spent a lot of time on that for teaching purposes. There are more powerful things going on in her chart, because of 1 degree opposition is not the biggest thing, but for teaching purposes, we spent some time on it. Does that make any sense, Gail?
Yeah, it does. I am a very responsible person, and if things don't get done, I do take care of them.
Yep.
In my younger days, I was taken advantage of, and then one day I saw that and I said, okay, enough of that.
Good for you. Yeah, even with a 1 degree orb, they'll can take advantage of you, especially like when you're young. Don't know why that is, but I think it's just because you don't expect it, and the other young people are not as on the ball. So, okay, so now, do I see anything else? I do see a strong Sun Neptune quincunx, but I'm going to talk about quincunxes later. This moon trine Saturn's weak. Doesn't mean that much. It's 2 degree orb. It means she can stay home at night and she's not going to get panicked or something. But most of us can stay home at night, not get panicked. So it doesn't tell me enough. I want to say something that's going to be more specific to her. So what I'm
The
going to...
sun is opposite Pluto, Neptune, midpoint.
Okay, let's look at the midpoint structures is the next thing we're going to do. So, and we're being told here that Sun is opposition to Neptune, Pluto midpoint. And yes, it looks like it's very tight. So let's look at it. We pull up these midpoint structures, and all this midpoint structure does is tell us that the planet at the top, the Sun, is opposition to Neptune, Pluto midpoint with a 31-minute orb. If we want to see it, we can look at the wheel at the same time. And there it is. Sun at 22 Pisces. Is the distance of the Sun to Pluto is the same as Sun to Neptune, but not exact 31-minute orb. If the orb is about a half a degree or less, it's pretty conspicuous. If it's under 10 or 15 minutes, it kind of defines the person's life. You got that? If the midpoint structure is down around 10-minute orb, that's like they have to do this. It's not a hobby. It's not, they just have to do it. It needs to be a part of their lives. Half a degree orb, they have to do it, but it could integrate in with other things that they're doing. So it's strong, but it's not quite completely overpowering. Sun at Neptune, Pluto. Pluto makes anything it touches compulsive. Pluto is this thing out in the Kuiper belt that just draws on planets that are closer and gives it this mysterious collective power. feels like it's coming from a past life or something. And Neptune is why we get up in the morning. Neptune is not psychic. It is not spiritual. It's magic. It's the magic that you got front row seats at the basketball game. It's the magic that you got this totally awesome, cool car with cool hubcaps, or this dress that is so totally awesome. It's that you got to shake hands with a celebrity or something. What is the thing that is a dream come true for you? You know what it is for a lot of people? Money. If they could just win the lottery or something, they wouldn't have to go to this boring job with this boss they can't stand, and it would be like being in heaven. That thing that is so wonderful, money, something that would be so wonderful, you can almost touch it if things would just be perfect, just really come together. It's not something usually abstract. It's something that gives meaning to life. And usually it has very little meaning to anybody else, like sports. Sports are very Neptunian. People, here in the South where I live, 60 miles south of Georgia, like football, oh my God, they paint themselves orange and blue and, the touchdown, yeah, and they're going crazy. It's like it's a dream. It's a myth worked out that's so exciting. When people get up in the morning and they can't wait because today's the football game. So Sun at Neptune Pluto means that the person is unable to live a life that doesn't have a feeling of a dream. They become depressed. They use psychedelic drugs. They'll do something, anything, other than have a normal life. You have to follow your dream when you have Sun at Neptune Pluto. And the dream has to be something bigger than yourself, Pluto. So you just are not able to be super practical. Like, oh, I'll major in business administration. I'll get a nice job. I can retire after 30 years. Boring. Just shoot me now. Get it over with now.
Yep.
Sun at Neptune Pluto just can't compromise that much. If you don't have something like that, then compromise. Why make life difficult? Neptune makes life difficult. I mean, without that, you could become an accountant and retire after 30 years, and you wouldn't have to be a starving artist or something. You know how many starving artists have Sun at Neptune Pluto? Like zillions of them. Because it's better to follow the dream than not follow. You don't have any choice. It's better to fail following the dream than to be bored. If they don't follow the dream, then you get depression. Neptune unexpressed becomes depression. So they show up at astrology meetings and tarot meetings and psychic readings, anything, any kind of magic, something, music concert, something, anything. So that's it. Half a degree orbit means that that's sort of an ingrained thing in her life. And let's see, Gail was born, let's just see. So she's born in the United States, assuming she's an American, 1953. She's like 69 years old or something like that. So she's been around the block a few times. So we're just getting a perspective on this. So she's in retirement age for most people. And for Neptune Pluto, they can retire as long as it's magical. I mean, they can go to Hawaii or the Fiji Islands or something, or Tibet or who knows what. So it can be a retirement mode, but just staying home and seeing the grandkids, if you take the grandkids to some cool place, then it's fun. Anyway, that's so does that make sense, Gail?
Yes, and I am not one to sit on the porch knitting, waiting for my grandchildren. I was forced into retirement after a 30-year purchasing job, which I did a lot of in the casinos and stuff like that. But anyway, I was forced into retirement when COVID hit because I got laid off from my job. And I decided to take that time and continue my studies. I was an astrologer in 1979. That's when I learned my craft. And but I decided to add hypnotism to it. And now I'm also working with frequency medicine and becoming a holistic practitioner. So I keep going.
Okay, so let me, perfect. You keep going. That's great. That's necessary. She's not going to sit around knitting and, you know, watching TV, whatever. So she's following her dream. Let me show you where the astrology and frequency healing and stuff. This is what we call a midpoint isotrap. Her Mars is at the Mercury-Jupiter midpoint. Mars is halfway in between Mercury and Jupiter, half a degree orb. It's also in between Saturn and Neptune. In fact, it's opposition them. So this Mars opposition Saturn and Neptune, even though it's not, there's nothing under 1 degree, Mars is right in the middle, 23 degrees, early 25, 26. So Mars is Mars Saturn and Mars Neptune, those two angles are the same within about a half a degree. She has a very strong Mars at Saturn Neptune and at Mercury Jupiter. When a planet makes two midpoint structures like this, in other words, when it's in between two sets of planets and both are a half a degree or less, it sets the basic personality of the person. It's way more important than almost anything else you can look at. And what this means is Mars at Mercury Jupiter. Jupiter means big. Mercury means make associations. It means you're going to make big associations. Mars means you're going to really get it. It means I'm really going, it's like an engineer. Mercury Mars is like an engineer. I'm going to put these ideas to work. I'm going to make a Swiss clock. I'm going to make a car. I'm going to make something that works. I'm going to learn acupuncture. I'm going to do the acupuncture. You're going to put those needles in it and you're going to feel results. I'm going to apply the knowledge and get something done. And Jupiter means it's not going to be just a bunch of technical little detail stuff. Like I'm going to debug software for some big corporation. I'm going to do something that has larger implications. I'm going to achieve something big by having a technology that works. The Mars at Saturn Neptune is more powerful because they're all in aspect each other. The Mars Saturn Neptune is fundamental. So not only is she Mars Saturn, as I was describing before, she's Mars Saturn Neptune. Mars Saturn Neptune means she has to do something that really makes a difference. Working in casinos doesn't cut it. Sorry. It's just not going to cut it. That's just not fulfilling. I mean, I don't know what you did in the casinos. Maybe you did laying on hands and you had who knows what went on. But as I think of casinos normally, there's a lot of people betting money that they shouldn't be betting. There's some good, they're entertained. It's not Saturn Neptune activity. Saturn Neptune is like being a nurse. You're going to go in, you're going to do something, you're going to get results. So you're going to make a difference in the world. So Mars at Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune means the person is applying understanding to get real effects. This is a classic combination for nurses, for people who have competency that makes a difference. You'll often see it sometimes with people that like repair things or fix them or teach. They make a difference in the world. It has to make a real difference. So this is great for these healing modalities, things like this, learning how things work, vibrational astrology, which claims to actually be more of a Mercury-Mars thing, not just a lot of talk and vague stuff, but putting something to work and getting results that make a difference in the world. I've seen people with combinations like this also be involved in like housing projects, agricultural things that really make a difference. They really work. Solar energy, that really works. It's like this is not a joke. We have just cut carbon, really, not some political philosophy. It's made a difference. So making a real difference through a larger perspective, Jupiter, is what you're doing when you do vibrational healing and this kind of astrology and other things. Doing things more for entertainment and fun. Yes, you made the casino work, and you're a doer, but the net result is more questionable. Saturn Neptune doesn't want questionable results. Now, I've caricatured things for teaching purposes. We don't know what actually happened in the specific situation, but in order to explain this clearly, I've given common images to things. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with running casinos. It just doesn't work if you have Mars at Saturn Neptune midpoint.
I did that because I had to. I was raising children, part of it as a single mom. And so it was what I had to do as a job to make money. But all that time, I was reading people's charts while I was at work, and I was continuing my studies in any kind of metaphysical thing that I could grasp onto. I even quit for a little while to get into nursing. And then something happened to that, and I wasn't able to continue that because my husband was very sick at the time, so I was forced back into the casino industry. I was a purchasing agent. That's what I did.
Right, and you were a good one. You're very smart.
Yeah.
So Mercury, Mars, Jupiter is very smart. Let me tell you the motivation behind this. See, you act as a vibrational astrologer. You understand people better than they do. Why did she do it? Her children. She did this for her children. She was a single mom, then her husband is ill. Is there anything more important than your children? What's going to make a real difference? What's your real responsibility to life, to God, to the force, whatever you want to call it? You don't get any more real than that. So she's going to do that. She's going to do it well. If she didn't have the children, she wouldn't be there. And she tried to work her way out of it into nursing. Well, even if she's superwoman, there's a limit to how much you can get done. She did the best that she could. Being in a casino to make a good life for the children, so they have a safe home and whatever, it doesn't get any better than that for Saturn Neptune. If she was doing it without the kids, no good. You all follow me?
Makes sense.
Can you can feel it, right, Gail?
Yes, I can. And it continues on because the studies that I am into right now with the holistic field is leading me into a position where I will be able to help the children that have been captured in child trafficking.
Oh my God. Whew.
Yeah.
Wow. You don't get any more Mars at Saturn Neptune than that. Child trafficking is a long way from working in a casino. But you can see that for her, the casino is just as important as doing something for children with child trafficking, because this was what was presented to her. This was possible. And it was a lot of work. It was a lot of figuring, and she's smart. Mars, Mercury, Jupiter is smart. So, yeah. So this is what I was saying. You feel the motivation. You know what's going on. You know what it means, even more than the client does. See, right now, I feel like I understand Gail's, I don't know how to say, like a motivation in her soul. Sometimes I feel it more than the client does because they've lived with themselves 24/7. They're used to it. I'm just getting hit with this. So the nice thing about vibrational astrology is we don't compromise. We don't say, oh, no wonder you worked in a casino. This is in the 9th house and this is money. No. Excuses, excuses, excuses. If something isn't working, I just say it isn't working or it's not right. And then through the process of doing that, we often find out what the real truth is. So we found out why the casino does make sense after all. Can you all feel this? It's very emotional. You all feel it? Yeah, let me pull up the chat. I got 69 chats here. Yeah, Alona's feeling it. Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very emotional, very, very strong stuff, the vibrational astrology, because you're actually feeling what's going on to the person. I often say to astrologers, you will love your clients in a way that you can't even imagine, because you can feel what the dynamics are behind their lives. Okay, so keep going, Gail. Yeah, keep doing it. And we're all made to do things. This big, we call it midpoint isotrope. I'll explain the terminology later if we have time, but it becomes a basic function. And what you have in your chart is what you are best equipped to succeed in. So I believe that she can really succeed in having an effect, a positive effect for children caught in child trafficking. Okay, we'll go on to the next person. So the idea is that astrology is real. These resonances and these frequencies are real. They're very powerful. You know, next month we're expecting the next book out on bipolar disorder, a scientific breakthrough. It's 270 pages long that explains in detail the data, the information, the databases we analyze, and all that this stuff really works. Okay, you ready for another one?
Thank you, David.
You're welcome, Gail. Thank you for sharing.
Let me say something. Colin's computer broke and she's back, and she just go back to her chart quickly so she can respond.
Yeah. Colleen, are you back up? She can unmute. You want to unmute her? Okay, we've got plenty of time. We're only 1 hour into 4.
Okay, all right.
We'll come
Yeah, sorry.
back on. So Colleen, whenever your computer works, don't hesitate to just say hello right in the middle of things. Don't worry about interrupting. Okay, John, August 16, 1975, 2:57 p.m. in Hertogenbosch, Netherlands. So John, all that looks good, 2 Sagittarius rising?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, good. All right. Does John have any aspects within a 1-degree orb? He does indeed. He has Venus square Neptune. 9.5 degrees Venus, 9 degrees Sagittarius, a little over half a degree as a Venus Neptune. Now, these 2 planet combinations do not describe what you do, because you need 3 or 4 or 5 planets, but they just describe attributes. So Venus Neptune means he's a little bit of a romantic. You know, maybe he takes photographs of the sunsets or the lakes in the Netherlands if he still lives there or whatever. Like, just catches the pastel colors or something. It's like a romanticism, we can call it. That's a quality that's there. And we find that Jupiter, you see these red lines, you may or may not use these if you're an astrologer. Those are the sesquiquadrats, 135 degrees. They're like hard aspects. I mean, they are hard aspects. It's like a square and a half, 3/8. And so we do have a 3-planet pattern, Jupiter, Venus, Neptune. And I'm going to look at the midpoint structures to see how close Jupiter is to being at the Venus-Neptune midpoint. So I'm going to just pull it up quickly and look at Jupiter at 23 minutes, under half a degree. So he has a Venus-Jupiter-Neptune pattern This means that he is easily accessible and kind of generous. So he welcomes people. He creates something festive. Well, we're in a festive season now, so it's perfect for John. You know, maybe he's got some Christmas lights up or something and invites people over or something like that. No?
Sorry, I think most people will call me very generous and hospitable, but parties and celebrations, take them or leave them.
No, it's not a party thing. It's more of yeah, I didn't mean to say party or celebration, but I mean it's a welcoming openness, a receptivity.
I think most people will describe me as being very open. And
Yeah, it's unbiased. It's not inclined to like to be judgmental or say, you know, why does he have to wear those kind of clothes or something? It's just like a welcoming openness and a sense of acceptability. Usually makes the person very likable. For parties, you need Uranus. You need some like there's no Uranus here. This is more like being out on the balcony looking at the sunset kind of thing. This is or walking on the lake or something. It's a gentle, sweet, accepting openness.
We confirmed the birth data.
Oh, did we? Yeah, we did.
yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, with the two sets. All right. So, but does that play a part in your life in any way? Does your work or does this?
I think most people will describe me as being very open and acceptable. I'm an acupuncturist by trade, actually. So I need to be open to all kind of people, and they need to feel, you know, open to share their pains and their troubles.
So you do what? What did you say?
I'm an acupuncturist.
Acupuncturist.
That's correct.
Okay, so I don't see the acupuncture yet, but you also have a Sun, Moon, Jupiter grand trine,
Yeah.
23, 23, 24. And if I look at the midpoints, I see that Sun is at Moon, Jupiter 1 degree, Jupiter's at Sun, Moon half a degree. Moon is at Sun, Jupiter half a degree. So that's reinforced that Sun, Moon, Jupiter, which also indicates Jupiterian. Jupiterian in this context means not overly critical. Again, it's a very welcoming, accepting. So in your acupuncture, I would think people, one reason they come to you is because they feel welcome. They feel like they don't have to hide anything. They feel like they can tell you, or that it just feels good. They like the atmosphere. It feels de-stressing, feels pleasant, feels like the tone of your voice and everything would feel warm, feels this warmth and gentleness and receptivity can feel subtle, but for people who are, you know, they're stressed by things, and it can be very, just the relaxation of being able to be with somebody who's not all buzzed up and late for this and wondering about that and what about this, to make them feel like it's okay, have some tea, you know, it's all right. It's a beautiful day. We don't have to get all frazzled.
Can I give a comment, David?
Yes.
I think you're right, but I think also in my life it expresses because there's many different styles of acupuncture and many different ideas. And in acupuncture community, I'm also a teacher, and I tend to give people many options which they can try, many different ways they can view something, view a patient, or view anything. And that's often the feedback that I get, that people feel there's many different approaches to things.
Yes. Yeah, there's a Jupiter quality of choices, options. You don't have to, there's not just one way. It's like life is good. There's there's choices, there's options available. Now, this is one configuration, but it should be evident in the context of things. So if you compare your style of acupuncture to your colleagues and others, like what the setting is, what the environment is, what the teaching is, what the communication is, I think that this quality is, I would guess, probably more important and more prevalent than you might even recognize, because we're so much into who we are, we take it for granted. But this is just the style and way. Now, there can be other completely different things going on, but I think it's one aspect of it. But you do see that, at least to some extent. Yeah. Okay, let's look at, now, let me tell you, from the standpoint of vibrational astrology, we have very strict standards, and that response, believe it or not, to me is a negative. That was not a strong confirmation. So it's very easy for people to make sense of things and to be agreeable and to see something in themselves. So within the context of this live, quick teaching thing, that was not a satisfactory response to me, because we have very high criteria for vibrational astrology. So in the 1970s, I interviewed 5,000 people, and then another 5,000 I consulted. In my notes, I would put a red X on that. It didn't work. Working to me means the person gave very clear and specific confirmation. So he said he gives more choices, and yeah, he can see that. I'm not impressed. So for vibrational astrology, we have very high standards that it really works. Now, I think it does work, but I'm just telling you, within the context of what we're doing now, if I'm sitting with him alone, whatever, and I can probe more, I think we would find that it really is true. But just that little bit, we have very high standards for vibrational astrology because it's too easy to fool ourselves. Does everybody follow me? Very easy to fool ourselves. I mean, you could say the same thing to me and I would say yes, right? I mean, you could say that to a lot of people. You say, oh yeah, I'm tolerant. Yeah. I like everybody short, fat, white, black. I don't care, I mean, everything, whatever. It's easy to see some aspect of something in yourself. And I'm looking for something more specific. So when we talked to Gail, to me, that was more specific. We were able to hit the buzzer. Okay, but that's okay. Within the context of what we're doing, there's limitations. Let's see what other midpoint structures we have here.
David, what about the very strong Mercury semisextile Pluto?
Mercury semisextile Pluto, yes, that's very important. I missed that. Thank you, Scott. So he has a Mercury Pluto. I'm not going to get into it that much here. I mean, let's go to something that involves a queer 3-planet configuration. I want to move on to, let's look at one more midpoint. Then I want to show you guys how you really dig deeper and see what's going on. He has Saturn at Jupiter, Uranus. And Saturn at Jupiter, Uranus, it's in the usual astrology, that's a T-square, but Saturn's right in the middle. And Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus means, basically means restructuring things. So there's a restructuring, there's a fresh approach, a progressiveness involved. And acupuncture itself is a form of restructuring or realigning. So, but let me show you the next levels of vibrational astrology, because this is not even getting to the heart of things. We need to go on to the next levels. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to see, let's go on to someone else's chart. Oh, here, Jupiter. No, we already looked at that. Let's go on to another one. Let's go on to Will. Oh, it's 1:30. I should take a break. It's already an hour and a half. We're going to take a 7-minute break. Odd number, 7 minutes, because 5 minutes is often too little and 10 minutes is too long. We're going to take a 7-minute break. I'm going to put in a few more birth data during the break. And after the break, I want to take you in to where we see the details. This is really just skimming the surface. I want to show you how we actually see what's really going on. So everything that I've said about John and Gail is not what I would actually tell them if I was consulting them. I've always shown you that much as a teaching tool. I want to start showing you what I would actually tell them. You all with me? What we need to do is we need to see what vibrations are actually really involved. And that's what I'm going to show you after the break. So I've got 7 minutes before the half hour. I've got 23 minutes after the hour. I'll see you exactly on the half hour. Okay. And you guys can hang out here. I'll put some more birth information in here. Okay. I'll see you all in 7 minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to enter some of the data you guys put in here before. Wow, a lot of comments here. I didn't see all these.
Yeah, a lot of birth data entered there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back to the birth and revision. Okay, back to some of the early ones. Scott, if you're there, Scott Silverman, is that 12:51 a.m. or p.m.? I'll find out later. Okay, we'll start in 3 minutes.
Okay. David,
Yes.
hi, how are you? It's Christina. That the time I gave you was from my rectified chart. My birth certificate is 1 p.m.
Okay, thanks. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. So I've got Montevideo, Chico. That must be it. Oh no, Montevideo, Montevideo. It's this one.
Okay. David,
Yeah.
I'm going to have to leave at about 3 because I'm speaking on vibrational astrology at 4.
Okay. All right. Thanks for staying as much as you could, and we got the rest recorded.
Okay, looking
Okay.
forward to hearing it.
Okay,
I'll
great.
be able to stay here for about another hour and a half.
Oh, okay, great. I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
till 3.
Oh, great. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, is everybody back? So what we've done so far is we've learned some of the basic concepts of vibrational astrology. We've learned that we look at planets if they have an orb of under 1 degree, and we look at midpoint structures, and we learned that we look at these minor aspects like fifths and sevenths of a circle, but I haven't demonstrated it yet. And we've shown how those ideas work. Actually, in regard to John's chart, I said that didn't really confirm it, but I also did not interpret the most important thing in his chart. So given that, it was actually okay. But I'm going to start showing you now how you find the most important things in the chart and getting more detail, which I haven't shown yet. And those are the ones that should stand out more conspicuously. So, but we've learned a lot in an hour and a half. We've learned about how this language works, the things that we look at, and so on. So what we're going to do now is let's go to, I'll just do these in alphabetical order. We'll get to all of these. Let's go to Irene. And Colleen, are you still there? If not, Irene, are you there?
I'm here. Colleen is here, but you don't need to spend more time on me. I'm sorry about that. My Surface died. My computer.
Oh, okay.
I'm here, David.
We talked about your Sun, Moon, Mars, Colleen. You are a, it's kind of a vague term, but you are a doer. You get things done, right?
That is me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We may come back to you later. Let's go on to Irene. Irene?
Yeah, I'm here.
November 6, 1944, 9:25 p.m., Fresno, California, 10 Cancer rising, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So Irene, born in 1944. Okay. So let's look at this very quickly. She's got a Saturn Pluto semi-sextile. Those are slow moving. I can look at these lines. They all look pretty thin except for that semi-sextile. I'm going to go right into the midpoints. By the way, houses and signs are also very important. Houses and signs tell you how you do things, but they don't tell you what you do. So a Gemini person will do things in a curious kind of way. A Virgo person will do things in a very particular kind of way, and so on. Scorpio is really not mysterious and sexy. Scorpio just dives into things and becomes one with them. And Sagittarius is on an adventure, but it actually does not tell us what the person does. It doesn't tell us what their talent is. So for example, I have a stellium in Taurus. In the large family I grew up with, I was the least materialistic of everybody, even the extended family. And I'm the only one with a Taurus stellium. And it's in the second house. Why would I be the least materialistic, the least interested in money when I have the Taurus stellium in the second house? Because I have Aries rising and it's all right there. Because Taurus doesn't tell you that. It doesn't actually tell you. And I don't eat a lot of chocolate cake or anything else. So what's going on there? But what I do in a Taurian way. I do astrology, I build it, etc. I'm like a Taoist kind of approach. It tells you the style that you do things. You all following me? It's a grounded form of astrology. So it tells you the style, the way, the manner in which you do things. But you also might want to know what a person is good at, what they're built to do. And that is in the aspect patterns. So we look at Irene's chart and we see that she's one kick butt person and also a mystic. So I know she's a kick butt mystical person. Now that you can see by the aspect patterns, and you know, she was a feminist before they had the word feminism, I guess, since she was born in 1944. Now, how would I know that? Because I can look at the flow of the energy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up a pop-up wheel. And it's telling me that her Saturn is at the midpoint of Moon and Uranus. Don't mess with Irene. So her Saturn at 10 Cancer, which is also, if her time is right, is rising, is halfway in between Moon and Uranus. Well, Uranus, Moon is the past reflected into present. Uranus is spontaneity. Saturn means the real deal, no fooling around, which means that she's going to be really free. She's going to be so free, she's not even going to rebel. She's just going to be herself. And if she can't be herself, she's going to be rather temperamental. So Saturn at Moon Uranus is a person you just got to let them be, let them figure it out, let them follow their own tune. If they're brought up in an environment that's high controlling and authoritative, either they develop all kinds of stomach ulcers and headaches and whatever else, you know, or they become rebels. In one way or another, she's a person who needs to breathe, who needs to like not feel stuck. Saturn at Moon Uranus. And Saturn is also at Uranus Pluto because Moon and Pluto are conjunct and it's in between both of them. The Moon Uranus is stronger. Uranus Pluto is also there. So that's more fire to this. So basically, it's a person who needs to find their own way and their own style. They can't dress up in whatever tradition they were brought up in. They need to choose their own way and their own style. They're going to choose it. It can't be put on them. So there's like a self-willed attitude going on. Now I'm going to show you how we see the details of this more clearly, because we don't know what vibration it's in. And if it's in an artsy vibration, then she'll be like her own kind of artist. If it's in a different kind of vibration, it will see what quality this has. And the way we do that is we see if Saturn to Uranus is at 1/5 of a circle or 1/7. And to find that out, we just go to a feature in the software that will tell us. And this is, well, I'll tell you in case you have the software, but you go to listings, harmonic patterns listings, and it's just number 8. And it's going to tell me what aspects there are from Saturn to Uranus and Saturn to Moon. And it tells me that it's a 13 vibration. Saturn at Moon Uranus is 13 vibration. It says here 13th harmonic. We use the word vibration instead of harmonic. It's 13th harmonic, or we can call it 13 vibration. And then there's another one here. We're not interested in that. Right now, I'm interested in the Saturn at Moon Uranus is in 13 vibration. What that means is that the distance from Saturn to Uranus and Saturn to the Moon is some 13th of a circle. It might be 1/13 or 2/13 or 3/13. Because it's a little more than 30 degrees, I can tell that it's 1/13. So if you go to a calculator, I'll just do this quickly. If I go to a calculator and I type in 1/13 and multiply by 360, actually, I'm not sure what's going on here. 13, why did that not work? 20, oh yeah, 27 degrees, that's true. 1/13 of a circle is 27 degrees, 42 minutes. And the distance from Uranus to Saturn is pretty close to that. It's less than 30. It's about 28 degrees, so it's close to it. So now what I do is I go to the 13th harmonic chart. And what that will do is it will take the Moon, Saturn, and Uranus and collapse them. It'll take everything in 13 vibration and collapse them together, making them, in other words, conjunct. And there it is, Moon, Saturn, Uranus, and it spreads 9 degrees from 8, 15, 17. This is just confirming that she has a Moon, Saturn, Uranus, all in 13 vibration. So this tells me 13 vibration means self-willed and trying to find something that's not mediocre. So a lot of her life is about breaking tradition to do something that's not mediocre. This is good for massage therapy, for Reiki, for emotional releasing, for empowering people to be themselves, to become more, and not to just sit back and abide by whatever they were told when they grew up. So it's about freeing and empowering. So this means that her life should have something to do with this, something about the importance of freeing up, being able to breathe, being able to express yourself, and being able to step outside of boxes. I'm expecting that to be a theme in her life and something she's engaged in. We'll see. If not, it didn't work. And there should be some consequences. So Irene, does this make any sense?
Yeah, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. I went to an empirical career where there were no women. I worked in the automotive industry for many, many years, 25, 30 years, and had very much empirical stuff, but was studying astrology since the 1960s. And I have 5 ex-husbands, which was indicative of a free spirit,
Yeah.
a very free spirit.
Right.
Yeah, very close, very close, very independent, extremely independent.
Right, extremely independent. So you go into the automotive industry, there are no other women there. You do your automotive thing, you're empirical. I'm guessing you're good at it, in other words, or you're doing this, technical or very specific stuff.
What it felt like, I had enormous restlessness my entire life.
Right.
And that helped me with the restlessness because there was so much movement, both physical and mental.
Right. Very restless. And 13 wants to break out of the average, the plain vanilla setting. So as the only woman in automotive industry, or one of the only ones, in your environment, you stood out, you made a statement, you chose something. And the thing about 13 vibration does not do it for other people. You don't choose it because you're trying to make a social point. You do it because that's what you want to do. You're doing it because you find it interesting, you find it challenging, you find it as a way to elevate yourself out of whatever you were born into. And yes, 13 enjoys making the waves, but the reason to make the waves is because it lifts you.
David, let me ask you a question. I fought my entire life from my traditional values to my yearning for what you're discussing, for the freedom to be and do. And it was a struggle. Does that shown anywhere based on vibrational astrology?
Yes. Moon, Saturn, Uranus is a nasty combination. It's just nasty. It's just never pleasant. I mean, just isn't. 5 husbands got kicked to the curb somewhere along the line, or kicked you to the curb. I don't know who.
No, I did the kicking.
Yeah, you did the kick. I thought so. That's why I said it. I kind of let that slip and realized, oh, you're supposed to say those things even when you're doing late teaching. So yeah, I mean, you're just, it's like I was somewhat jokingly saying at the beginning, that this is one, I forget the word I use, but kick-ass person. This is not a docile person. You're needing to break out, break free, to breathe. Moon, Saturn, Uranus is a lot about breathing, just being able to, and to get out of confinement. It's almost as if you were in prison in a past life or something. And it's like, no, I'm not going to be in prison this time. No way. Just try to imprison me. Watch what happens.
Traditionally, Moon Saturn was always some type of sadness. And that's what I saw with Moon Saturn based on this.
It's a Moon, Saturn, Uranus. The Moon, Saturn is stronger, but what's happening is in the natal chart, the Moon is at the Saturn is at the Moon, Uranus midpoint in the natal chart. It's right. It's really all three together. And then when you look at it in 13 vibration, the Moon, Saturn is closer. And that puts a little more emphasis on wanting to leave the crowd. But it's wanting to make your own definition of yourself, not to be defined culturally. This is what girls do. This is what Jewish people do. This is what Catholics do. Forget it. I don't care what any of them do. It's trying to find yourself and feel like you get the freedom and following every restless impulse to get there. But it is a nasty combination in that there's low tolerance for conformity. So, even in the industry, if you're having long meetings, like 6-hour meetings, 8-hour meetings, and they're just talking, it's like, are we done talking? What did we decide? Are we going to do the contract with the people in Atlanta, or are we not going to do it? I mean, like, hello, it just doesn't have a lot of patience.
Oh God, yeah. Oh my, yes.
It's so, and then people feel, like, what are you so upset about? We'll just talk about the football game some more. No, you won't. No, I'm leaving. So it just has a low tolerance for that. Yeah, so it becomes a story of your life. So as a person who broke free from the cultural norms and set your own lifestyle, had to go through many marriages, many choices, many options. And not only are you still standing, but you're quite pleasant. I mean, you have a pleasant voice, a pleasant demeanor, which tells me that you did it. It wasn't always fun, but if you didn't do it, if you would have let yourself become victimized or hostile, you wouldn't, you've done very, very well. I can tell by just by your disposition that you've done this, you for the most part.
Thank you. Thank you, David. And thank you, Faye, for the comments. I appreciate that, Faye.
Yeah. Okay, so this does, the large patterns should describe the person's life, distinguishing themselves. Now, I did not see automotive, and I did not see the exact context of it. And that's because we would need to look at other vibrations. The 8th vibration is fundamental. So we're not getting the full story because we're only looking at a few basic themes, but it should be a theme that describes a person. I'm happy with that. That describes it reasonably well. So thank you, Irene. Does everybody feel what we're saying here? And also that the information is therapeutic and it is a guide, that this is what she needs to do. It's essential, it's necessary. And it never goes away. So, this becomes a continuing thing. What are you doing now, Irene? I mean, other than coming to astrology seminar, are you?
I designed an astrological jewelry line, which I put online. I'm doing some astrological charts. And I'm also doing some interesting part-time consulting, and I've been a sales trainer and a product and process trainer for years. And I've just relocated. I was living in Fort Worth, Texas. I love Texas, but my family is in St. Augustine and Jacksonville, Florida, and I've just moved back to Florida.
Okay.
You'll be very happy with your new phase of life, Irene. You'll be very happy helping people because that is what your chart tells us. And I'm sure you will enjoy it, just helping people, make them feel comfortable, just like you wanting to be comfortable in your own life.
Thank you.
And let me show you one thing here. She does have in the natal chart Mercury, Saturn, and it's what we call a sesquiquadrate, 135 degrees. It's 3/8. Because it's an eighth, a 1/8 or a 3/8, we can go to the 8th vibration chart to see it more clearly. So whatever fraction an aspect is in, we go to that vibration to understand it better. When we go to the 8th vibration, we see that the Mercury and Saturn are together and they're trine Pluto. The 8th vibration describes the basic flow of the person. What Mercury Saturn means is it's an analyst. So if when you're talking to Irene, even though she's highly independent and she goes through 5 husbands and all this other stuff, if I say to Irene, Irene, we're going out to St. Augustine this weekend. How about if we pay you a visit? And she gives me directions to her house. I live in Gainesville, which is west of St. Augustine. Is she going to give me reasonably good directions? Is she going to say, go to this light, make a right, you'll see if, such and such pharmacy on the corner, blah, 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 blah. Look out for this. Is she going to give me good directions or not?
Yes.
Absolutely. Mercury Saturn always gives clear directions because what Mercury Saturn does is it removes extraneous variables. That's what it does. It says, well, he doesn't need to know about this and this. He doesn't need to know about the bridge because he's going to go over the bridge anyway. It's finding out what the relevant information is. But, he's not going to know whether to turn right at that light or the next light. It's the one with the pharmacy. So it thinks of what the relevant essential information is. That's what Mercury Saturn does. It tends to be successful not only in science and industry and things like that, but also in business, because it's explaining things clearly. It's like an editor. It's an editor. It says, okay, here's how you describe the product. Did you ever tell them that it's half the price of everybody else's? Did you ever tell them that it's half the weight? Did you ever tell them that you can take it with you? No, you didn't tell them the most important part. Did you tell them it's pretty? Ours is prettier than theirs. It's going to find out what's relevant and it will edit. It'll say, hey, you're missing a comma. You got a run-on sentence.
David, let me validate that. I had to take very technical information from engineers, translate it to a level that salespeople would understand so they could share it with customers to see the value of what they were buying. That's exactly what I had to do.
Right. So what happens with the vibrational astrology is for many years, everybody was convinced I was a clairvoyant because you will describe what is actually happening in the person's life. But what it is you just read what it says. It's trine Pluto. Once you see they're both trine Pluto. How do I know they're trine Pluto? Because there's a green line. How do I know if it's strong? Because it's not thin, it's fairly thick. So all you have to do is look at the lines, like this one's really skinny. If the line is skinny, it means it's weak. If it's fat, it means it's strong. These are both solidly there. The Mercury and Saturn both trine Pluto. This tells me she's got a third planet. This tells me it's really enhanced. This means that she can't hold back. She's seeing, oh my God, he's got a run-on sentence. He's got this. He just told them about, from a technician standpoint, it means nothing to people. She can't even resist. You become very passionate about it. And these become the basic things you do. So in the one pattern told me that she's a kick-ass independent person. This tells me that she's a person who explains clearly, and she builds her career out of explaining clearly as the only woman in the room after divorcing 5 guys.
David, let it go.
Okay. So are you guys feeling this? You getting the idea? This is how you do quick readings and what goes on. So in making the jewelry and so, is making just astrological jewelry a good idea? Number one, who's the boss? She is. She's already in her 70s. So, she doesn't need a boss. She never did. So it's something she does. She chooses the hour. She makes it her own way. She makes her own creative design. She feels free. She feels young. The young people are buying this stuff. Saturn Uranus never grows old. So she's able, and she's reinventing herself. 13 is always reinventing yourself. So the basic premise of it is as an environment is good. And she's remaining active and challenged, which it needs to do. Because once that Moon Saturn Uranus starts sitting still, it just becomes irritated. It needs to keep reinventing, rediscovering. And in a young kind of atmosphere like that is always helpful. Okay. That makes sense, right, Irene?
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, Janice, are you there? There you are. You're muted. You can unmute.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. And you were born April 9, 1955, 5:42 p.m. in Brantford, Canada, and that's the 5 Libra 55 rising, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now you guys can start interpreting using vibrational astrology. Does she have any aspects with under a 1-degree orb?
Moon Saturn.
Moon Saturn, yes.
A lot of them.
Aspect in the natal chart means something that the person is not missing. It may not be the biggest thing in their lives, but it's not missing. So what do we know Janice is comfortable with? Anything with under a 1-degree orb in the natal chart, you're comfortable with it. It's like, yeah, I do that. That's cool. Doesn't mean it's like her main thing. It may be, it may not be. But we know she's comfortable with this and probably experiences it regularly.
Comfortable spending time alone.
You got
Comfortable.
it. Give Nancy a gold star, my friends. She's comfortable being alone. Moon means the past, means where you're at home, where you're in your element, where you feel soulfulness. How does she feel soulful? Just everybody get out of my way and stop talking and all this jibber jabber. And I want to get out of this party so I can sit by the lake and play with my tarot cards or something, or walk the dog. It means I want to just walk the dog at night so I can feel the night air. It means she's comfortable with that. Oh, she wants to put on a candle. Why does she want to put on a candle? Because it's quiet, because it's deep, because it separates out without all these lights on. It's like nighttime. Now you're going to put all these lights on? It may as well be day. Nighttime is good for Moon Saturn because it's when you can quiet and isolate. So Moon Saturn means I feel comfortable, Moon, with everything stripped out, and I feel more comfortable with somebody who's got something to say. Don't want to hear it. Salesman. Oh my God. She goes to buy a car and there's used car salesman. Oh man, let me buy you this new car. Shut up. You know what? Goodbye. Thanks a lot. She's even thinking to herself, I really like that car, but I can't stand the salesman. I'm going to go down the street where somebody will talk to me like a human being. They can't stand salesmen and jibber jabber and whatever. Just be quiet. Shut up. So she's comfortable with that. Doesn't mean it's like her main thing, but she's comfortable that way. So Saturn and Jupiter are like opposites. Saturn doesn't like Jupiter, doesn't like a lot of blather, wants to just like be simple about it. Now it is trine Jupiter. Jupiter is trine Saturn more than the moon. Jupiter Saturn means structure. It means she sets a nice, quiet environment. She could make a nice little, if she lives in suburbia or the country, she could make like a nice little garden place in the backyard or something, like a nice little, this feels good. Let me get a book. It's like, what's amazing is that there are little things that seem trivial and don't seem important, but they're actually very important. This is one of the things you learn in vibrational astrology. So Jupiter Saturn means organizing. Moon Saturn means being quiet. It means you organize quiet things where you can sit and read a book. She work in a library or something. So it's just a nice, nothing probably spectacular about it, although we'll look at it in more detail. Now, again, these may not be the biggest things in her life, but it's something that we know about her. Does that make any sense, Janice?
Yes, it does. I've been thriving in isolation where other people are having meltdowns.
You're thriving, they're melting down, right?
And I do have a nice backyard that I put a garden in, and people always are surprised. They think it's a secret garden in my backyard. So
the secret garden, Moon,
yes.
Saturn, trine Jupiter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not a secret. She just has a garden back there. But the reason they think it's a secret garden is because she didn't go around the neighborhood with a sign saying, I have a garden, want some tomatoes? It's just there. It's just, the whole point of the garden is not to put it on display. So, yeah, so these things become important. And one of the things you find in vibrational astrology is that this is very, very important. Some of our big contributions in life, we don't make the contribution because we take it for granted. Like Janice thinks nothing of her garden. Like, what the big deal? I went to Lowe's, put a few bricks out there and planted a rose or whatever. And so it's this isn't rocket science, but people are coming over and they go, oh, Janice, I love your garden. It's like, it's garden. I mean, get over it, bro. So a lot of times we take for granted what is in our charts. You'll follow me? So that's what you're getting the feeling of with this. It's just something that is. Now we're seeing all kinds of thick lines here. These are hard aspects. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the hard vibration of 8. There's some kind of a Venus, Neptune, Saturn. That's not easy. There's a Venus, Saturn, Neptune. Something's getting stripped down in this life. There's some kind of challenge going on. Let's see what it is. To understand the hard things, these red guys, you go to the hard vibration of 8. You don't have to worry about the math of this. Just do it. Just go to, whoops, I didn't type 8. I'm going to go over and select an 8th harmonic chart. And we see that she has Venus and Neptune, opposition Saturn, and the Venus Saturn is very tight. Very tight. Now this means well, you might say forced into a situation of, it's a good thing she likes to be alone and she's Saturnian because things get kind of stripped away. she's in a situation where she has to, it's like a minimalism. She has to find where the real beauty is. So she's not likely to be a person who loves the flashiest celebrity in the world, but there's something in her life that's forcing her into what really counts and what is really beautiful. Some kind of a inspirational minimalism. It could be, I'm not sure exactly. We'd have to look at the midpoints and get a clearer image of this. It could be like statues or Venus, Saturn, Neptune. I'm not sure. It's not entirely clear to me yet. Neptune, Moon, Saturn. Were you religious when you were young?
Not really, but I had to go to church. My parents made me go.
Was that a Protestant church?
Yes, it was.
Well, that doesn't count. The reason it doesn't count is because this has to do with beauty. And a lot of Protestant churches just aren't all that beautiful. I mean, they're just like, they are stark, they're simple. But there's something here about wanting an essential beauty, an inspiring essential beauty. It's something that has a real meaning. What are your artistic tastes? Do you have any particular artistic tastes or anything?
I don't, I've not thought about that, so I don't know.
Did you have, were you married and had children?
I have had stepchildren. I was never able to have my own. My first husband had a daughter, and then my second husband had two daughters. So I had the virtue of being a mother without having the children.
Yeah. Nobody had any health problems or anything or other things?
Well, my second husband, he had health problems at the end of his life.
Mm-hmm.
He died just a month before he turned 65, pancreatic cancer.
Okay.
So I had a year of basically looking after him.
Okay. Well, anyway, the Venus, Saturn, Neptune usually has something to do with things being simplified, not being coming to fruition, but bringing you to some deeper message about what really counts. But it's pretty vague to me right now. Let's go on to let's just go on to someone else for now. Let me show you one more thing with Janice's chart. We can see what vibrations are important. We have several ways of doing this, but I'm going to do a quick one that we use for quick readings. And this will tell us, for quick readings, comes up very quickly, if there are any, what vibrations might be important in her life. And we're seeing, I'm not seeing anything really capturing my attention. We'll probably get some better examples elsewhere. There's some 27, 81. Okay. Is there anything you're particularly passionate about, Janice?
Well, anything metaphysical.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next one. Let's go on to Maria. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here, but it's not. It's the 3rd of September, not March.
Right. I thought that might be the case.
You got it backwards.
Yeah. Well, that's a problem when you only use numbers. I don't know if you're doing European style or
Yeah,
American style.
yeah,
So September 3rd, 19, and is it 5:03 a.m.?
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so 4 Leo, is that right? Rising?
Yes.
September 3rd, 1948, 5:03 a.m.
Yes,
Apostoli,
that's right.
Argentina. Okay, so does she have anything with a 1-degree orb? She has Mercury square Uranus with a 0.5 degree orb and Mercury trine Mars. So what this tells us, we can just look at the chart and we can see that Mercury Mars wants to understand. It's always a student, never stops learning. Mercury Uranus is very quick, impatient, and clever. So she's always interested in inventions, ideas, something new, eternal student, eternally curious, loves cleverness, maybe jokes, things like that. So it doesn't mean it's the strongest thing, but it's essential to her life. So this is not the only seminar or workshop that she goes to, and always wanting to know how things work and be able to apply it. Like, how does this healing work? How does this astrology work? What is this about? Eternal student. Now let's look at her midpoints and see if anything stands out. And we see Mercury is at the Mars-Saturn midpoint. Mercury and Mars-Saturn is very analytical. So I don't know if she was brought up with educational opportunities, or whether she was like on a farm in the middle of Argentina, or whether her parents were doctors and lawyers. We don't know what the environment is. We don't know what was encouraged, but we see that she has a strong mental aptitude for analysis and for understanding, and it will never stop. So here she is, born in 1948 or something, still going, still searching. And she has Mars at Sun, Jupiter, and Mars, Jupiter. So she's enterprising. Her Mars is between Sun and Jupiter. It means, what possibilities are there? Where can I go? How can I develop things? Maybe I need to move. Maybe I need to explore. She's not going to sit around and wait for life. So this is constructive. This is smart. It's analytical. Saturn at Sun Pluto, and be interested in finding out what this vibe is. We'll look at the vibration of her Saturn is exactly at Sun Pluto. And yeah, she's inventive and restless. There's a little bit of a tension here. She wants to learn, but she doesn't like it to be too slow. So there's sometimes a tension about academia or school, because they love the learning, but they don't like the slowness. So they have to find the right balance, and that can be tricky. But let's look at the vibrations of the midpoints. She has Saturn right exactly between Sun and Pluto. So I want to know what's going on with that. So I look at what vibration it's in, and we see, it'll come up in a second, that her Saturn at Sun Pluto has got some 7 quality to it, 7 times 4, 19 times 3, 17 times 4. It has a lot of qualities to it. It has a lot of 19 and 17 times 3. Saturn at Sun Pluto. She has a sense of organization and design. We can look at it in more, she's able to take on challenging tasks. So there's quite a bit of different capability here. Maria, have you pursued academic or business activities?
Yes, I am a language teacher. I speak 6 languages. I love to travel. I have a lot of support from my father and teachers, and I love to learn.
Right. So you speak 6 or 7 languages, something like that. And did you get college degrees for all these languages?
Yes, yes, I have a MA in linguistics.
Okay. What kind of degree? MA, master's degree in linguistics?
Masters of Arts.
Yeah. Okay.
Mystic, and how children learn the language. And I love to teach languages with adults. And I love to do a lot of things with my hands. And I have a lot of ideas to work with fabrics and other things like wool and all these things.
So with your teaching with kids, have you done any
No, not with kids. I teach adults. Adults.
You teach teachers? I'm not sure what you mean.
Adults.
Adults. Okay, well, anyway, what I'm getting at here is there's some enthusiasm here, some expressiveness.
Yeah.
So this is often gets involved in like some form of entertainment or expressiveness, like in theater or performances or upbeat presentations. There's something bubbly and able to connect with people.
Yes, I like to connect with people, with adults, so that they can develop their sensitivity and their also funny things that they have fun by learning.
Okay, so is there an atmosphere in some of the things you do that's fun, where people are laughing or smiling, or is it more technical and very factual? I mean, do you have a capacity for enthusiasm? Is there any?
Yes.
Yeah, so people are
I teach people to communicate.
Is it fun?
It's very fun.
Okay, all right. So I would hope so. So in talking to Maria, she speaks a lot of languages, but her English is a little bit slow, and we're hearing her just communicate here. What we're not experiencing here, and that I'm asking about, is that in her 17 vibration, she has Sun, Venus, Jupiter, Uranus. Sextile, trine, it's all very strong. All the lines are strong. Sun, that's 4 planets. When you have 4 planets, that tells us the fundamental quality. 17 vibration is intercultural. They often speak different languages. They're often performers, entertainers. They're involved in acting or theater groups, sometimes directors, things like that. And Sun, Venus, Jupiter, Uranus means it's fun, it's upbeat. She's able to lift people's spirits. And we're not experiencing that in our communication with her right now, but I think it's very strong and a very positive asset that she has. And I think that if we meet her in a different context, she's going to be very engaging and create this very upbeat, sort of almost entertaining, uplifting, vibrant feeling. People leave smiling. Does that make sense, Maria?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And yeah, go ahead. Okay, and is this something that you've done regularly? Like once
Well,
a month, or I mean, like you give seminars or something you've done at times?
Yes. I lived many years in Brazil, and I teach there, and I love to live in other cultures and
Right.
learn there. And I live in Germany now.
Right. Okay, so 17 vibration is the vibration of experiencing stories outside of what you grew up with. It's why we read novels. It's why we watch movies. It's why we're entertained by different stories, by different experiences. It's why we, so much of our lives is about exploring the stories and experiences outside of what we grew up with. A lot of her language ability has opened this up for her. She's lived in Brazil. She now lives in Germany. And we see that 17 vibration is one of the strongest things, and it's upbeat and it's fun. So what we're not experiencing here that we would experience with Maria outside of the context of this conversation is how much fun it is to experience life in Germany or life in Brazil and be with the joy of discovery and sharing in these.
Yes, indeed. Yes. And I have a lot of friends from different countries so that I can communicate and have fun with them.
Right. So that is the Sun, Venus, Jupiter, Uranus. Jupiter, Uranus is bouncy. Venus, Jupiter is open and expressive. Venus, Uranus is rhythmic. So there's music in the background. And the whole thing is about intercultural exchange. She has a Moon, Mercury, Saturn as well in 17 vibration, which is often in 17 vibration is often communicating and understanding how the communication is done. So a lot of her life is involved with this largest configuration. One of the things that's interesting about vibrational astrology is that I'm seeing what's in the chart clearly, and I'm not, I don't need to get, how can I say, I don't need to build my astrology as an extension of what I see in the person. I can rely on the astrology because it will be accurate. You follow what I'm saying? I'm not getting this Sun, Venus, Jupiter, Uranus vibe from her now, but I know it's there.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I think part of the 17th vibration that she has is she embraces every culture that she gets into. That's why she's easily able to learn the language and teach it, because she embraces and loves the culture and she shows how it works. And that is why it makes it easy for her. That's why she can travel, go to any place, feel comfortable, learn the language and teach it.
Exactly. People love her. They love, it's fun. She's fun. And it's a joy. So, yeah. As I said before, the things that come easy to us and natural to us have more value than we often realize. So she's bringing a lot of, you might say, intercultural peace by having the joy of the experiences. Yeah. She also has this 19 vibration thing, which has to do with like arranging and designing. That's why I'm a little bit surprised that you haven't been involved in any like theater directing or productions of some kind, because you have a talent for design, creative design, and arranging things, composing, putting a new twist on things. So, but it sounds like you've been just more like in the communication part of it.
Well, I have also teach women who came from other culture, and I help them to integrate in Germany. And I also taught women, German women who went to Brazil. So how they could integrate in other cultures.
Okay, very good. All right, that is a form of the 19 vibration. 19 vibration shows how is about, it's a Sun, Mercury, Saturn, Pluto, is about the steps, the procedures for rearranging your life, for reorchestrating things, the details, like how do you count the money, how do you do this, how does employment work, how do you start a business, how do you, whatever, how do you actually get the things done, get the communication, get it clear, learn some fundamentals of how things work so that you can readjust and realign within the new context. So you have a 4-planet pattern here that I think has to do with this as well. I think in your case, a lot of it is, instead of being in theater, is in actual real life, how people can adjust and reorganize themselves and understand the details of how things work so that they can thrive in the new context. Right? Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Yeah. So these strongest vibrations will tell you where the person's talents and abilities are. Okay. Okay, let's look at another one. The idea here is that we should be able to see what a person's talents are, what their gifts are, and what areas they can work in. Whenever 17 vibration is strong, the person is either involved in acting, theater, or intercultural communications. Sometimes the acting takes on the form of a performance. And Maria may not know it, but she also has an ability to perform as well from that 17 vibration and the 19 vibration. So it's a form of engaging in the story in either acting or sometimes it's dance or music. So let's look at Rachel. Rachel, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and July 6, 1981, 10:54 a.m. in Miami. That's the 10 Virgo rising?
Correct.
Okay, so let's look at this chart. What we see is that she's got a Mars-Neptune opposition, 1 degree, orb, Pluto's involved. There's also a bit of a Venus-Mars-Neptune. So you could call this a little bit artsy or romantic quality to it. But to understand it in more detail, let's look at the midpoints. And what we will see is what's got a small orb here, Jupiter at Venus, Uranus, more enthusiasm. So this is a capacity for dance, Jupiter at Venus, Uranus. And we'll see what vibration it's in exactly, but there's some bubbliness, some rhythm, some laughter. Pluto is at Moon, Uranus, which means there's some kind of venting of deep emotions. It's almost like a blues singer or something. There's like a joy and a could also be like a dance therapy or something. Pluto at Venus, Uranus. And where did it go? It was Jupiter at Venus, Uranus, and Pluto at Moon, Uranus. Now I'm going to look at the vibrations to get it more clearly. Saturn's at Moon, Pluto. Ooh. Ouch. What's going on here? Pluto is at Moon, Uranus, and Saturn's at Moon, Pluto. Wow, this is difficult. This is difficult. There's a lot of deep emotion that's wanting to be vented. She could be very good in therapy because she's got an attunement to the need for emotional comfort. Saturn's at Sun Neptune. This is not all peaches and cream. There's a complex combination. She's got some bubbliness with the Jupiter, Venus, Uranus, but some involvement with concerns about depression or abuse or neglect. Let's see if this works out in her life, or I don't know if it's her life or if it's her interest in it. She's either in therapy or she's the therapist. I'm not sure which one. And let's find out what vibration it's in. And we'll go to, let me close this, and we'll look at the vibrations of the Moon, Saturn, Pluto, and Pluto, Moon, Uranus. This will come up in a second. So her Saturn at Moon, Pluto has some 5 quality, 5 times 4, and some 9 times 9. This is like art therapy. Saturn at Moon, Pluto in 9 times 9. Well, she needs to be involved with loss, maybe with hunger.
Just a tap. So I am both involved in working all the time with postpartum depression. Also, when I was young, I was with violence victims of domestic violence, sexual violence. I've always been like an advocate for things like that. And my whole life, my whole adult life, I've been an organic farmer and also working on like a community. So like, but I've done it all for free. I've actually gone into debt to do it. And I've done a lot of grant projects and stuff like that, teaching other people how to do subsistence agriculture more than like, but I've done also really fancy organic farm to table stuff that involves like very fun, like that 20 vibe thing, more like really extravagant, super Jupiter, Uranus, Pluto, like all that Jupiter, Venus stuff, like combines with farm to table dinners, because you have to work really hard to like grow all the food yourself from scratch and then to present it at like a super bougie paradisiacal style. It's like a lot of that comes together.
Right. I got it. So the Jupiter, Venus, Uranus has been there, the party and everything. Now on this, the part that doesn't connect with the party, can you tell me a little bit more about that again? Like you've been
well, so like when I've done activism and stuff in the past, like when I was in college, I was a women's studies major and I directed the vagina monologues and I raised a whole bunch of money for like sexual violence charities and stuff like that. So I combining like art and activism in lots of ways like that. And then also I'm really involved with women and children and like postpartum and dealing with like the deep wicked fucking emotions that are like what you're like, ooh, what's this looks fucked up. Yeah. But like bringing them up and like, you know what? All of us feel like that. It's not so fucked up, like kind of lightening up some of the darkest shit. And I've also been like a doula and a birth worker and had like 3 home births myself. So I'm like, I'm kind of tough, but I don't look as tough because I'm kind of light also. So it's a weird combo.
Well, that's it, my friends. Let's see, you were born in 1981. So you've got a number of years ahead of you. Let me show it you this in her. I'll show it to you in her, for example, her 81 vibe. 81 is 9 times 9. So what's happening, just so you can understand the astrology of this, her Saturn is directly in between Moon and Pluto. Saturn in between Moon and Pluto is basically tragedy. I mean, it's basically loss. It's like a child whose parents die, or they're in a war zone, or hunger. And then if we look at this in 9 times 9, or let me do it this way. I'm going to show it to you in 27 vibration. It'll be a grand trine. If we look at it in 27 vibration, it's a grand trine. See that? Moon, Saturn, Pluto. And Venus, I didn't know that, is going to come right down the middle in what we call a kite pattern. 27 vibration is the vibration of a world healing. It's not so much, it's everybody's family, not just my family, but everybody's born into a family. Everybody's born into a culture. You know, Martin Luther King had strong 27 vibration. It's concern about, Gandhi has 27 vibration. It's concern about how are our families and communities doing? And Moon, Saturn, Pluto means you just lost it all. Bomb lands, gone. Children are maimed. You know, I watch it on TV commercial or something. And, you know, most of us, remain insulated from it. You know, we can all be cool, groovy, new age people. And yeah, you know, I care about that. What do we actually do about it? Anything? And then there's just the fact you don't have to be in a war zone and have your house bombed. You can have a baby and you have postpartum depression. What's up with that? So you know, she's really got no choice except to get into all this deprivation and pain, stripped away to the bone, and heal it. And the healing of a grand trine in 27 means get all the way down. Where's it all coming from? Where does it all start? You know, grow your own food, touch the earth, get the water, care for each other, be there, see what death is. Don't hide everything behind, a bunch of corporate activity. You know, you got to see a baby be born. You got to see people die. You got to be there and do something. And you're not going to, Moon, Saturn, Pluto means this is the reality of it. There can be a beauty within the darkness. It's not like a bunch of rich people saying, oh, I'm going to give you money and now you'll be fat and happy like I am. It's also about the fact that nobody ever gets completely fat and happy. We all die. We all get things ripped out from us. And it's a matter of going into that world and finding what could be beautiful in it and what could be made more beautiful in it. You know, the party stuff, you know, doing this home, ground to table and then party, that's fine, because the rich folk, they're just as miserable as the poor folk anyway, sometimes.
Well, but I was actually, the thing I did more than that, I just did that in later years when my parents sold the farm to my partner. But
Yeah.
when I was at the farm, I was involved in Slow Food International, and I wrote like a grant to get to do all kinds of community, basically to give anybody who wanted to have a garden for free, especially if they were a school, church, community, or any kind of person, even with a backyard, that wanted to grow for themselves. So I have written a ton of grants and started a ton of organizations. And then and then I move on and do something else. As soon as the thing gets really popular and super funded, I'm no longer involved. It's like I am only involved in the very beginning, and then it's maybe it's the restless Mars, Mercury, Uranus, all that stuff. And as far as the dance goes, I love to dance, but I've been kicked out of all the dance classes I've ever tried to go to. Not because I'm a bad dancer, but because I'm not disciplined. I could never be a ballerina because I can't be as disciplined, but I am a very good dancer personally, and I dance for myself to relieve tension and stress.
Right. Okay, I was just looking at where her organizational ability comes from, and it's in the 8 vibration. She has the Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn configuration, which gives the you can always go to the 8 vibration to see what's fundamental for a person. And you'll see that she has Mars at 20, Sun and Mars are in tight opposition. But notice the Sun and Mars are right between Jupiter and Saturn at 25 and 26. Looks like it's halfway between Jupiter and Saturn. This is a little bit advanced, but basically when you have a Sun Mars, which means let's do something, let's go to work, Jupiter Saturn is executive and organizational ability. It looks like the Sun and Mars are squeezing between Jupiter and Saturn. So we can go up from 8 to 32. We basically double it twice. And then we see the Sun and Mars squeeze between Jupiter and Saturn. And this is a little bit advanced, but basically, and Mars is at Jupiter Saturn 34 minutes. Basically, what I'm saying to simplify this is that the 8 vibration is the driving force of the chart. In her 8 vibration, she has Sun Mars. We talk about Mars. Sun Mars means the sun is up, get going, plant the corn, get moving, you know, not going to sit around. It's got some kind of Jupiter Saturn thing, which means it can organize and administrate. And then we find out that she has Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. So that's some of the administrative competency to get those grants and activities going. I think the reason why she doesn't stay with them is because this, you know, she gets them going and then lets other people run them, is because this Sun, Moon, Saturn, this Moon, Saturn, Pluto is so strong, it's so overpowering that her heart just won't let her. It just won't let her do the office work. Somebody else can do that. She's got to get back to the actual experience, the women with the postpartum depression, figure this out. It's like get where the rubber meets the road and get something done. Somebody else can administrate. There's still mysteries to solve and get down and find another needy avenue. So, yeah, you know, the energies are more powerful than our consciousness can contain. And so the force of this is very, very powerful. And it's moving her to do this stuff. So I'm very impressed, Rachel, that that Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn seems to have succeeded. You've actually doing stuff, that you actually succeeded, because it's.
Well, also, you know, I don't know. Is that about what is 27 exactly? Is it 9 times 3?
Yeah, 20. So what it is that 9 is how we sit in our communities, like our neighborhood. 3 times 3, and when you do 3 times 3 times 3, it's like another level of communities. It's how all the communities fit together. So how does life down here in the South fit with life with the New Englanders, and how does life in America fit with the people in Brazil? It's like, how do our communities, it's like, how do the tribes interact? And this is actually 81. See, 9, this Moon, Saturn, Pluto turns into a conjunction in the 81 vibration. I'll show you. Because see, these trines, 3, when I multiply by 3, they collapse. And 81 is a very powerful vibration because it's 9 times 9. It's what we call a square vibration. So see, they're all within 7 degrees, opposition Venus. And now they're tying up with more planets, Mercury, Venus, Uranus. You know, you can do sound healing and music healing as well. You'll get into that if you haven't already. The basic dance, everybody dances, everybody has music. So there's some celebration here within the context.
You know, the thing I'm actually the most into right now is none of that shit, to be honest. It's astrology. I'm like, I had to leave the farm when I had my 4-year-old, and I have too many babies to be working on the farm anymore. And I'm just like overwhelmed with childcare. I have too many sons, and then they're all wild. But so that's why the postpartum depression, but then groups. But then right now I'm studying like super astrology student since 2007, like ravenous. So that's where I'm at. And I'm super into vibrational astrology specifically, but I've studied like under the pandemic, like 12 different classes, including herbalism and astrology, both of all types.
Well, ultimately, my view is that it's never going to leave. You're going to be helping people clear their shit, as you put it. That's going to be always. So you're just learning more tools, more ways to dig under and do this. You have this very brilliant Mercury, Uranus, Venus, Saturn thing going on with this, and that's bringing you into all these things. But I do think that sound will become part of it, sound and or dance as well. Okay, so yeah, I don't think you ever completely leave it. You're not on the farm planting potatoes anymore, but you're going to be, and you're not dealing maybe with postpartum depression once the kids get older, but you're going to help people clear out their stuff in the astrological consulting and herbalism and everything else. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate it so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so let's, we need to take one more little break because it's 3 o'clock. We have one more hour. So before we take the break, I don't know if it's as clear to everybody in this context, the extent to which these things identify the patterns in their lives. That she's Rachel, for example, has done these things. Others of us talk about it. She's done it. She's pursuing it. Right now, it's taken another variation on a theme. But she is a world healer. She's going to heal. And, something like astrology can provide the mechanism for digging underneath to what the real dynamics are. So I think it's a never-ending story. Okay, let's take a 7-minute break. I've got 2:45, 45 minutes after the hour. I'll see you at 52 minutes after the hour. And I'll add a few more charts. You guys can type in your information. I've got Scott and Will are next.
There are more up there. If you go back, you will see Will, and after Will, there's a lot more there at the beginning.
Could you guys,
scroll-
maybe they could type it in again?
Okay, gonna have to do it sequentially as they entered it. Will be great.
Michelangelo, I'll enter him.
After Will, so much to go up.
I don't know if that's 2 a.m. or probably 2 a.m.
Is that for Michelangelo?
Yeah.
Michael, turn on your microphone. Is that AM or PM?
It's 2 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
And that's what's written on my birth certificate as well.
Okay, good.
So over time, I figured it's somewhere between 1:58 and 2 a.m. But it works with 2 a.m.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, Jane. Let's see, there's a few Hanovers. The biggest Hanover in Pennsylvania is in York County. So Jane, if you're there, I'm assuming it's York County. Okay, Carrollton, Illinois. Why do I not have Carrollton, Illinois? Carrollton. Oh, because I'm not spelling it right. Carrollton, Illinois. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's it, Carrollton.
Alex, I don't see the time. You can just unmute if you hear me.
Hello. It's 6:01 a.m.
Okay, so Alex, let me go back up to you. November 13, 6:01 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's in Miami.
Oh, Miami.
Yeah. That must have been the first one I typed in. I typed it in like 3 times.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. So instead of Citra, it's Miami.
Yeah.
Okay. November 13, 1981, 6:01 a.m. Miami.
Yep.
And Harumi, she put her time, or he put her time later.
Yeah, that's my birth certificate time.
Okay, who's talking?
Harumi.
Harumi. Okay, so let me go up to your data again. Okay, so I'll put you in
April 1, 1956.
Yeah.
2208.
Osaka. OS. Yeah, that's right.
okay.
Mm-hmm. That's my chart.
Okay, great.
Next is Nadia.
N-E-D-I-Y-A.
And I think N-A. I think so.
NADIA.
Oh, okay.
N-A-D-I-A.
Okay.
November 24, 1971. 11:05. Is that AM, Nadia?
It's 0105.
Oh, 01:05 AM?
Yes, that's the birth cert.
Al-A-N-U-A-E.
So AL space AIN. AL
A-L. Space.
space AIN. That's it.
That's it, UAE. And next is
There you go. Geography.
the birth certificate.
Okay, let's do one more. What's
Hands. It's hands. August 12, 1949. 11:10 a.m. Amsterdam. Oh. Netherlands, yeah.
Okay, we are going to start in 1 minute. And let's see, we're up to, let me unsort there. If you can uncheck the sort, and then they're in the order where you entered them.
We're up to Scott.
Oh, I've jumped all over the place. All right. All right, we'll just see how it works. Okay, is everybody back? We have 1 hour and 8 minutes. And our idea here is that we can see what the person is built to do, how they're wired, what will work for them. So for Rachel, Moon, Saturn, Pluto in Grand Trine in 27, that means she's built to work well with people in need, to bring healing within the context of the global situation. That's what she's done a lot of. The last few years, she's been studying astrology like a madwoman and hasn't been directly involved in that as much. But what I'm saying based on the astrology is that that theme is in her natal chart, and everything in the natal chart needs to be expressed periodically. You cannot express all of your chart all of the time. She spent a large part of her life expressing Moon, Saturn, Pluto, and 81 vibration, getting all these grants together, getting these programs, doing something about it, other things. Now she's got all these boys that are growing up. So she's not directly involved. That's good. You can't do everything in your chart all the time. The chart is not a description of who you are. It's a description of how energy wants to flow. And God played this little trick on us by giving us one body and more energy than we have the ability to express. So we're in a constant state of frustration that we have more potential than we can express. So basically, at some point in her life, this will re-engage. For example, as Rachel advances with her astrology, she's doing readings and whatever, she's going to find that all of these other experiences she had come in beautifully for actually resolving people's real deep emotional problems. So it'll come back again. Resolving deep emotional problems, she's an expert at it. And it won't go away. It'll come back again. But she doesn't have to pursue it directly all the time, but it will come back. It will motivate her in a different context, in a different way. She's had success with it in the past. She'll have success with it again in the future. Not a direct focus at this moment. So this is how the astrology chart works. It's showing passions, drives, motivations that need to be expressed periodically. So now we look at Scott. Scott, do I have this right? May 2nd?
Yes, you do. It's perfect.
Okay, so here we look at Scott's chart. He's got a Venus, Neptune, Mars, which are, two of them are thick. So these are hard aspects. I can go to the 8 vibration chart to learn more about this Venus, Mars, Neptune. I can also start looking at the midpoint structures. There's not a strict rule about exactly how you do things. I want to understand his Venus, Mars, Neptune. I'm going to go to his 8 vibration chart. So we select his 8 vibration chart and we look at his Venus, Mars, Neptune, which now appears as Venus opposite Mars, Venus opposite Neptune, 11, 13, and 16. And now Uranus gets involved. Is that Uranus or the sun? It's not clear. So I'm going to go up another octave. What you can do with these lines is you can double to see them more clearly. It looks like Venus is going to the sun. It is. Venus is going to the sun, actually. But if I wanted to see that more clearly, I can just go up to 16 vibration. Because when you go double, the aspects go down. So they become clearer to see. And what we see here is that Uranus is square Jupiter, Sun is square Venus, because it's 16 degrees, 4 degrees, almost 4 degrees. So there's a little bit of a Sun, well, no, they're separate. There's a Jupiter, Uranus, and there's a Sun, Venus. So basically what's going on, if I go back to this, I see that he's got a Mars, Neptune. And he has a Sun, Venus. It's all kind of spreading. It's not that exact. A bit of a Venus, Mars. Basically what's going on, he also has a Jupiter, Uranus. It's a spreading pattern. Jupiter aspects Uranus, Uranus aspects the Sun aspects Venus, Venus aspects Neptune, Neptune aspects Mars. It's like a chain reaction. Does everybody see that? It's like if you count from 1 to 10, 10 is close to 8, 8 is close to 6, 6 is close to 4, 4 is close to 2, but 10 and 2 are far apart. So let me show you that again. Jupiter aspects Uranus. Uranus aspects the Sun, because we allow a big orb for conjunctions. Sun aspects Venus, that's this one. Venus is right with Neptune, and Neptune aspects Mars. It's what we call a spreading pattern. A spreading pattern sets a general overtone in your life, but usually doesn't become a very sharp focus. So Jupiter-Uranus means enthusiasm. Sun-Uranus means independence. Sun-Venus means something's got to be pretty. Venus-Neptune means something needs to be romantic and imaginative. And Neptune-Mars means we need to make some magic and not just do accounting all day and pay taxes and do maintenance stuff that's so boring. So you put all that together, Jupiter-Uranus enthusiasm, Sun-Uranus, let's be spontaneous. Sun-Venus, let's be beautiful. Venus-Neptune, let's be romantic. Neptune-Mars, let's make magic. It means he's a fun, cool guy who makes magic. You know, go to the concert with him, have some fun. You know, let's hang out. Let's go out to dinner. Let's go to the movies. It's like, chill, man. Let's dig it. But it's not a highly focused pattern. It's a spreading pattern. Spreading patterns mean they spread throughout your life and they don't become crystallized sharp focus. If it was crystallized sharp focus, then it'd be more likely that he would be like some kind of rock star or something, like a happy rock star, make everybody laugh. So he's kind of like a rock star, but more on a diffused level. So it's like a pervasive mood and atmosphere that runs through the life. Here's another thing about vibrational astrology. Astrology is not required to work in the language of human beings. Whoa, get it? Astrology is cosmic forces. Humans have a certain capacity for intelligence and use words. But what you have to do to fully understand the astrology is you have to use the words as a vehicle to enter the sensitivity. I cannot reduce music to words. I can't reduce paintings to words. So all you can really do is use the words to trigger your awareness. So here's what I want you to do. Think Jupiter-Uranus. Think Jupiter-Uranus. Sun, Venus. Ooh, she's cute. Ooh, she's cute. Venus-Neptune. Whoa, sunset in Miami. Let's make a bonfire. Mars-Neptune. Let me read your tarot cards under the starlight. Bebop, 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 bam, boom. Okay, so now I put you in the world of Scott. It's a diffused, pervasive experience. That is what's happening because it's a spreading pattern. Okay, must be fun to live in Miami. All right, so instead of up here like a hermit thinking all the time. So what, now that's just one aspect of Scott. It's one tonality. It's one diffusive pattern. People are highly complex and intricate, and there will be other things going on. To understand this in more detail, I can look at the midpoint structures. It looks like Jupiter's at Venus, Uranus, or is it at Sun, I don't know. But I don't have to think too hard. I'll just go to the midpoint structures and see. This is the 8th vibration. If you only have to interpret one chart, do not interpret the natal chart. Interpret the 8th vibration chart. The 8th vibration chart is more powerful than the natal chart because the 8th vibration chart is the engine. It's the driving force. It's like the basic driving motor of the chart. So I'm going to look at the midpoints. Jupiter's at Mercury, Mars, enterprising mind. Venus at Mars, Jupiter, and Venus at Sun, Moon. Whoa, I'm impressed. Venus at Sun, Moon, and Mars, Jupiter. This is success in with beauty. So Scott, you could be successful. Like this could be like making like a beautiful, like renovating a house or something, or fine, rich taste. It's a good combination. Mercury, Jupiter, Pluto, big ideas. This can mix with it mixes well with the the well-to-do can make nice quality things. I don't know if you've ever done anything like that, but this is it can create a nice. This is like the shrimp salad for the politicians at the at their convention. Finally,
A luxury item.
yeah, it's like good taste. Like, let's have some lobster and then put a little sauce on that, and and then the fat cat politicians come and they like the lobster. I mean, it can create a nice nice taste. Venus, Mars, Sun, Moon, Mars, Jupiter. It's a good just like that. I don't know. Have you ever done anything like that or been in that atmosphere?
No, but I do tend to. I always say I do special order astrology, luxury astrology in a way.
What does that mean, luxury astrology?
Meaning, I guess I like to dive really deep. I like to give more. I like there to be an element of beauty and design. I do PowerPoints for people, but I had to stop individual PowerPoints. They were beautiful, but too time consuming. Yeah, no, I'll think about what you're saying. I think the Venus, I'm lucky. I think I attract a lot of Venusians to me. It almost reminds me of how I cook when you talk about the Venus tree. The thing, my question would be the two Thor's hammers that you've just isolated that are both in the 8th and the 1st. So the Mercury, Jupiter, Pluto, and the Mars, Mercury, Jupiter. Those are like really tight vibration.
Right. So yeah. So I'm going to do this quickly because we've got a lot of charts we want to do. But here's what I would say. You have a lot of Mercury, Jupiter stuff, Mercury, Jupiter, Pluto, et cetera, like you said. This means the big issues, the big philosophical, the big perspective. You cover a lot of territory in your astrology. You're looking vibrational, you look at ancient stuff, you do Uranian. You're not stuck. You're not a specialist. You're looking at the philosophical implications and the perspectives and the history. You got a big view. All of that is part of it. What I would suggest is I think there's some untapped resources in your chart. And I think that you can, for example, make money by going back to those pretty PowerPoints. I think that, that color and richness is better than a bunch of sterile formulas. And I think that you have an untapped resource there, that some of the, butter that you put on your cooking and whatever can go into your presentations, because it's enriching, it's fulfilling, it's like it's just a good thing. Venus, Jupiter. We don't all have to all be starving artists all the time. Just creating things with taste and some. I think taking that time can actually work in the long run. So just when you look at the chart, you're not describing what the person is. You're seeing what potentials are there. Some people don't activate. Like, I looked at the chart of, the guy who founded the Hare Krishna movement, what is it, Prabhupada, they call him. So you look at his chart and what you see is a guy who might go overseas to America and run a Hare Krishna movement. He didn't do it till he was like 70 years old or something. We can have untapped potential that's sitting there waiting to be tapped. And I think that when you look at this configuration with the Jupiter at Sun, Moon, and whatever it was, that Jupiterian quality can be utilized and actually work very well. Venus at Mars, Jupiter, and Sun, Moon. It's a midpoint. It's not. I don't want to exaggerate it. This one's 45 minutes, and it's not like
an isotrap.
It is an isotrap. It is there, and it is very positive, and it does good things. So anyway.
It also might be, David, what you're talking about, the editorial work and the journals I do for the community at large. I try to make them beautiful, but also philosophically expansive.
Right, that's there. Beautiful and philosophically expensive. Whatever is in the chart, the person can succeed with. I think that Scott has more success at his fingertips by being philosophically broad and beautiful than he realizes.
And also,
in the short run, somebody might say this is taking too much time, it's not worth it, we're not going to do 4-color, whatever. But in the long run, the astrology knows more than those other people do. And there's potential here. You might need a different venue or opportunities. But one of the things the main thing we do with the astrology is give people guidance, direction, possibility, and potential that they may not know about. It's not about just like verification. If we want a verification, we just all buy good mirrors and look in the mirror. So, but what it's telling us is things that we don't know, that are there, that the person can sense, has hit upon periodically, and can actually be a doorway to something big. And that's what's happening here. Does everybody follow that? This is why we do not validate vibrational astrology with clients. We validate vibrational astrology, well, we do a little bit, but primarily with databases where the stuff actually works. But in the consultation, it's not so much about validation as it is helping and guiding. We validate vibrational astrology through empirical research. It actually bloody works, believe it or not.
Gonna say something?
But with the consultation, just one more thing, with the consultation, we can use that information to guide and direct. And so we don't know if I'm in, you may listen to this and you may say, well, David's just, buttering this up and whatever. How do we know this is true? We don't. But I'm showing you how you use astrology, not to confirm what's true. We do that more with the research, but how we use it to guide and direct and find potential. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah, also Venus at Sun, Moon, and Mars, Jupiter is super generosity and loving. So I suggest to him to keep some dough inside your pocket for the rainy day. Don't just let go of everything because you love everybody. You need it someday. You may need some help someday. We'll make sure you're ready for that, not just to help others and let all those money out of your pocket to help others.
True. Thank you.
That's very good advice. Where you see Jupiter and no Saturn, you got, the feeling is I got money in my pocket, let me spend it. So it tends to work out well in the long run, but it can be overdone. Yeah, you want to do things with taste. So, all right. So let's go on to the next one. Let me see. Let's start at the top. Alex, let's look at Alex real quickly. So,
actually, Will was in the first group of 4. Oh.
Yeah.
Will. Okay, let's do Will. Thank you. So Will, is this accurate? March 22nd, 1951, 10:41 p.m., Hawthorne, California, 29 Scorpio rising.
Yes. Also, David, Chiron is very strongly aspected in my chart.
Okay, we can right click, go to customize. Oh, Chiron is already there. So there's Chiron at 2 Capricorn. What I can do also, I can right click, go to customize and check aspects to Chiron. And yow, you can see that Chiron is tied up with the Sun, Moon, Saturn. So with the 1 degree orb, we have Moon, Saturn, which we already talked about. I think that was Janice's chart. Here it's under a 1 degree orb, and then moon, Sun, Moon are opposition with a 2 degree orb. Saturn is square Chiron is square the Sun. Basically, you have a Sun, Moon, Saturn person. Means he's, again, comfortable in his own skin, comfortable being alone. I'll talk about Chiron later. Well, he does have a Sun Chiron square. I don't know if I want to get into Chiron or not. I can, but I'm afraid it'll take up too much time. Let's go on and look at, if you guys want me to, I can talk about Chiron. We've done the empirical research, the database research on Chiron to find out what it means. And the meaning is, oh, I'll tell you this, it's not just the wounded healer. Only one of the top Chiron people you could make an argument was a wounded healer, Doris Day. The others were not. Chiron is more about healing than wounding. Chiron is about channeling spontaneity in a quiet, focused way. It gives, it does give like Reiki healing ability. It gives performing ability. it's what we sometimes call a quiet charisma. It gives the ability to like channel things in a direct and simple way. It shows up in performers' charts a lot. So, but let's go on. I don't want to spend too much time on that. Let's go to the midpoints. And let's see if he's got anything really strong. Uranus at Mercury, Saturn, and Jupiter, Neptune. Mars at Sun, Venus. Pluto at Moon, Uranus. Pluto at Saturn, Uranus. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the vibrations. Now I'm showing you what we actually really do. What we really do when we interpret a chart is we get the picture of what's really going on with these configurations. So we see Uranus at Mercury, Saturn, Jupiter, Neptune. We want to see what vibration it's in. And it's in 7 vibration. Uranus at Jupiter, Neptune, and Mercury, Saturn is a weak, see, it goes out to 13 degrees, it's weak. But as Uranus, Jupiter, Neptune is very strong 7 vibration. This tells us that will is a very strong Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune 7 vibration. You all got it? Let me review. You look at his chart, and if you look at the midpoints, Uranus is at Jupiter, Neptune, midpoint 0.5 degree. You look at the details, it tells you it's 7 vibration. If you look at the 7 vibration chart, you'll see that they're all conjunct within 3 degrees. So it's a midpoint structure in the natal chart with very strong 7 vibration. What does it mean? It means he's a theosophist. Okay? So if you have Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune in 7 vibration, you're a theosophist. It means you're interested in, the hierarchy of angels. You're interested in the kind of cosmic connectedness. You're interested in the mysteries of the universe and the esoteric wisdom about them. Since it's an extremely strong configuration, some form of theosophy or religious depth, depends on your background. But there's definitely, it's not just like cool, groovy, new age stuff. It's also something deep and ponderous and mysterious about it. So it often goes into the historical depth of the mysteries. And it means also Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, that it can be quite fun. He could make productions or teach or write or something about it. Now, it's one configuration. It's a strong configuration. There's only 3 planets. Right now, I do not see that it's the only thing in his life or dominating over everything else, but it should be a part of his life. Does everybody understand it? Let me tell you how I see theosophy. Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune is the psychic combination. Neptune is not psychic. Uranus, Neptune is psychic. Neptune likes money. Neptune likes football. Uranus, Neptune likes magic, mystery. Jupiter means what kind of magic, what kind of psychic, what kind of inspiration? Big. Jupiter means let's make it big. 7 means deep, quiet, probing. It's like, whoa, he's brought up Catholic and he goes in the Catholic church and look at those stained glass windows, look at the size of that dome. Oh my God. He's like, oh, how great thou art. It's like it, and then all those prayers, our Father, make mysterious little sounds. People bend. It's like this mysterious, cryptic, sort of deep, awesome mystery because it's 7 vibration. So can you guys feel it? So what you're doing the astrology, you're going into the soul of it. Now, if he's brought up Catholic, then that works. If he's brought up Buddhist, that could work. Each tradition has like something good about it. The Buddhists got the quiet. They don't have the big domes the Catholics have, So, you got to be real. Don't be so politically correct, man. You got to feel what's going to work for that person. There's no right or wrong. There's only energy. So you see what resources are available that will tap into it. Oh yeah, I know that, the Catholics are just a bunch of, child abusers, whatever. I'm just saying there's some element there that can work. And I would just call it theosophy in general is kind of good one word for it. So Will, does that make sense?
Oh, David, it's really, really funny. I almost became a Catholic priest, but I couldn't sign canon law. I studied body energy fields back in the 70s.
Wait, you were a Catholic priest?
I almost became I went on a deep religious retreat, and I realized I couldn't sign canon law. I had 9 friends who became Jesuits.
Oh my God.
I couldn't sign the bottom line.
Yeah.
I was a good priest. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I studied theosophy per se. I graduated from Jesuit school, Loyola.
Oh my God. Jesuit school. Loyola. Whoa.
No, I love the Jesuits. I had my 9 friends became Jesuit priests. I love body energy. I'm an acupuncturist. Everything is it's really, really funny. That's all. It's I just love this stuff. And my friends early on asked me to try to teach them how to be alone because I love being alone.
Yeah. You've got the moon, Saturn in 7 vibration. We allow a 16-degree orb. Anything at 10 or 12 on a conjunction is strong. So you have the Pluto is at moon Jupiter, and there is a moon Saturn. So being alone. Yeah. So there you have it. This is the real spirit. There's a real spirit. There's like a real energy. There's something really valuable in almost every tradition. Otherwise, the tradition wouldn't exist. And, things get corrupted and they get bland and whatever. But there you're seeing somebody who has tapped into the real power of that tradition. Okay. So very cool. So I'm glad to hear that. Now there's a lot more in his chart. And
what's also funny is I lived at a Buddhist meditation center, but studying Vipassana for 6 months, and I loved it.
Yeah.
I love different religions.
Yes. Well, you've got the highest form of that because you're tapping into the essential quality of what they all have to offer. Okay, so we can go on with we can look at his basic 8 vibration and see what's there. We don't see any big thick lines combining together. We do see Venus, trine, Sun, and Pluto, but it's not. If you see something really standing out, then we get excited about it. I don't see anything like super exciting, or we can look at the midpoints, and it's just like a bunch of stuff. I can go back to his natal chart. I can see what vibrations are strongest. There's various tools for this, but this will just show us things that come up really strong. There's the Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, which stood out already. We already saw that. And what else does he have? 43 times 2, Moon, Mars, Pluto. I can talk about this stuff, but I think that's enough. Let's go on to the next one. So who's next?
Set your sort to the different sort so that you know who is next, not the alphabetical.
Yeah, but I did this in a crazy order anyway, so it doesn't help.
Alex or Hans was next. I think Alex was the one you were going to do before Will.
All right, I'll do it in the order I entered them. Christina, we didn't do Christina yet, right? So Christina, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I was going to say, you just made it. So you said your birth time was 1 p.m., but you rectified to 12:51, or am I imagining that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so this gives 11:48. Otherwise, you'd have about 13 Aries, 14 Aries rising.
Mm-hmm.
So the patterns won't change drastically over that. But 1 p.m. is on the birth certificate, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Well, they're close enough that we'll leave it with this time. I don't see any real big fat aspect lines. I see a little bit of a Saturn Uranus. I'm going to go to the midpoints. This is how we do quick readings. we just looking for things that pop out. Pluto at Mercury, Mars, ooh, Sun at Venus, Saturn. So I'm going to look at what vibration they're in with this report that shows me if this Sun, Venus, Saturn is in 5 vibration, it would be artistic, but it's in 7, another 7 vibration. You and Will can go into some cathedral and get lost in there together. Sun at Venus, Saturn in 7 vibration.
I'll go with you. I love it too.
Let's go.
I'll be there. I'll be there as well.
I've seen so many, but I still want to go.
Okay, well, this is a different feeling. This is Sun, Venus, Saturn in a very, very tight 7 vibration. So it's the same thing we saw with Will, but 3 different planets, where Sun is at Venus, Saturn, midpoint, 3-minute orb. It's right in between them. And if we look at the 7 vibration, we'll see it. Look at that pattern. Sun, Venus, Saturn with Pluto. Oh my God. Look at that. Perfect grand cross with a bunch of other things coming off it. So this means that there's something very deep and profound going on here. This could be like sculpture or like it's finding something very deep and profound in the beauty. Well, let's see. Were you brought up in Uruguay? Were you brought up
Yes.
Catholic or no religion?
Armenian Orthodox. It's very similar.
Yeah. Okay, so it's the Orthodox. That's good 7 vibration stuff. The Orthodox stuff is, and Greek Orthodox and all that, that's more 7 vibration. It's like they're the most 7, then you have the Catholics, and then you have the Protestants. Like it's deeper, they have more incense, they have more mystery,
Yeah.
they have more, it's more 7-ish, it's more deep and mysterious and quiet. And this Sun, Venus, Saturn, Pluto is some kind of very, that's a good tradition for you. It's some kind of very deep, profound finding the Holy Spirit, like finding that pure beauty. It can also be an artistic taste, something about an aesthetic, of finding a pure aesthetic, a pure, deep, pure love. Have you thrown off all that stuff in a more new age thing, or do you retain it?
Yes. No, I like evolved, and I was in the Theosophical Society for a while too, and I try to find. I keep going on, looking for the true for me, right?
Okay. Well, anyway, I think there's still more truth to be found in some kind of ritual, some kind of pure, simple beauty and elegance. So I think there's a finding of the in various kinds of art, paintings, statues, imagery, also iconography, like symbolism. And there's kind of ancient pure beauty that you're still, I think, in a process of touching.
Okay. And when I was younger, I used to do to draw the miniatures from the old Armenian church. I mean, to reproduce the icons. Yes.
Well, that thing you did as a child.
When I was a teenager, you can say.
Teenager. That stuff you did as a teenager.
Yes.
Is much more meaningful and powerful than is obvious. There's something in your soul and in your heart in that activity you did as a teenager. And I think, perhaps it's because of all of the nonsense, the hypocrisy, the superficiality, whatever. I wouldn't worry about that so much. I would try to recapture that iconography and
Okay.
of the symbolism, and don't worry about what all the idiots did after that.
Okay.
But there's something pure and there's something deep and there's something profound in that Armenian mystery. And I wouldn't let the stupidity and the arrogance and the greed get in the way of it, because you have some kind of connection to some ancient symbolism and pure beauty and imagery that somehow captures some deep, profound, mystical level of iconography of the human soul. There's something very deep and profound about this.
Too emotional now.
Yeah, you're feeling it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what the astrology does, is it hits upon, sometimes the energies can be so strong, you know, it's hard for us to actualize what's in our charts because each one of us is unique. And it's like the whole world is trying to talk all of us out of our uniqueness because, you know, we're all made differently. And it can be very difficult to get hold of it. And I think that Christina is still, there's like a breakthrough to be done there. She has a special gift for this. And yeah, I think there's more to, you know, the astrological symbolism and all this stuff is all helping and it's all intertwined. But you have some kind of gift for this that's beyond what anybody else in this meeting knows about. I think there's something to be found. So another thing that's interesting about the vibrational astrology connection is that this iconography doesn't exist just psychologically or in the abstract. You know, it exists in some fractal reality. So we discover it in various ways. Okay. All right, so you guys can experience how the vibrational astrology taps into a deep level of that's beyond our life experiences. Yeah, we have eventually I'm going to write a book called Astrology and Physics that describes how the astrology actually exists in higher dimensions and it precipitates into our lives. So this idea that the astrology chart is a roadmap is true. It's a roadmap showing these things that want to come through. And when you're with a client and you feel it breaking through, it's very, very emotional. And the amazing thing is the astrology chart reveals all this. Can everybody feel it?
Yes.
Christina feels it. I'm not trying to think about it too much. Keep my composure and teach. Because I can just zoom out and like whatever. But I can't do that right now. I need to keep my composure and just teach. So
David, it isn't a good workshop till someone cries.
Yeah, right. There you go. That's it, Scott.
Let me say
Not a good
something.
workshop until somebody cries. You got to hit. Yeah.
Let me say something with this isotrop, which is the 4 planet combinations, Pluto, Sun, Saturn, Venus. It's she is like almost a psychic ability or the inner deeper ability of the ancient or antique things that she needs to bring out to the masses, to tell them the truth of what it is so that it doesn't get misinterpreted. I think she will be very good at it. And she can write things about it, or if she goes to museums with a statue under that she knows what it is, I think it's best to share that
exactly.
what she loves to do.
Yeah, this stuff is getting lost, and you know, this is a huge pattern because all these dashed lines are important too. Marcia, it's just an enormous pattern, not just a square. But see, if we go up octaves, these dashed lines will become visible. I'll show you. We're
16?
in 7, and we'll go to her 28. I'll just show you this quickly, and then we'll go to somebody else. But just very quickly, if I double twice, 7 times 2 times 2 to 28, it gets even more dramatic. And then you see it as a sun
Wow, yes.
Saturn within 3 degrees square the Mars Jupiter. Now it's 6 planets.
She knows it.
So
in her
Neptune
heart.
is
She's
in between these two.
studying it. She knows it in her heart.
This pattern is so huge that it means there's a real special gift here. Okay.
Thank you very much, David. I
You're
will
welcome.
work on this.
Yeah.
And David, may I say, I happen to know just a little bit more about Christina that would be so different from what you've already talked about that it's absolutely fascinating.
Thank you, Sharon.
So you are an incredibly, unbelievably talented person in many ways.
Oh, wow. You know, when I did all these interviews and consultations in the 70s, what really blew my mind was when I would do the consultation with like a spouse there, because I would tell the person things, and it was always the spouse who went crazy. You know? Because they say, how did you know? I mean, the other person I'm telling it to, they just kind of go, wow. But the other person's going, what? Because, you know, they see it. You know, they're just seeing this all the time. Things that they want to say. Okay, so let's go on to the next one.
Thank you.
Dina, Maria, Rachel, Michelangelo. I don't think we did that. So Michelangelo, is this correct? October 2nd, 1969, 2 a.m. Montreal.
Yes, that is correct.
And you said that is the time from the birth certificate, and you've played around with rectifying, and you end up within a few minutes of it.
Exactly.
Okay. So the amazing thing about me is you can ask me almost anything, and I have no idea I don't even know how to use the microwave in the kitchen. But I remember that Michelangelo told me his birth time was probably within 2 minutes, right? So I remember what's important. Who the heck needs a microwave? I mean, you can just eat raw fruit. I mean, I'm not going to bother with that. All right. Faye's laughing because it's true. All right, now. All right, so he has, this is a degree and a half, Moon square Pluto, a lot of deep emotional stuff. Mars, Saturn, another person who I should hire all these people and put them to work. We got a lot of Mars, Saturn people who are responsible and like to do things. But let's see what kind of midpoints we have, because we're not going to find out the really deep stuff until we dig underneath. Let me pull up a pop-up wheel. We see that he has Sun at Mercury, Jupiter with a 2-minute orb. Venus and Moon, Neptune. Everybody here should now know what Sun at Mercury, Jupiter with a 2-minute orb means. 51-minute orb, that's okay, no big deal. 2-minute orb, wow, that's big. What does it mean? You all know something about Michelangelo.
He sees the big picture.
He's a big picture guy. There you go. We know it. We already know he's a philosopher. He's whatever, you know, he's not going to sit there and, you know, and fix your photocopy machine all day and, you know, like just do little minutia all day. It's like, why are there photocopy machines? Like what's it all about? I mean, I'm not saying he can't do that. He might have something in his chart that can do it, but people with Mercury, Jupiter are big picture people. Why are we here? What are we doing? Is the Catholic Church really any good? What about all these Hindus? Whatever, you know. So he's a big picture guy. Now I want to see what vibration it's in to see what he's doing with this big picture. Also, you got Venus and Moon, Neptune. It's like a little romantic thing going on there. Let's see if his heart's been broken 90 times or what's going on. Maybe not. So maybe he's an artist. Let's find out what's going on. So we'll go to this is so exciting because now we can find out what the heck's really going on. So I go to this listing thing. Because if it's in 5 vibe, it's playful. If it's an 11 vibe, it's frenetic. So, I mean, the vibe it's in changes everything. And the Sun at Mercury, Jupiter is, we're getting a little feedback from somebody. It's 61, 62. It's a 41 times 3. Can you mute? Is it you, Michelangelo, or somebody else? Somebody's giving some background noise.
It's probably Michelangelo's microphone.
Okay, you can just mute for now and then we'll unmute. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. 41 times 3. See, it's a 4-degree orb, 41 times 3. 41's got some flow to it. It makes connections. It's already Mercury, Jupiter. How many connections can you make? So he's got this like fluid, groovy connecting Sun, Mercury, Jupiter. Wow, this looks like fun. Maybe teaches kids about Hinduism and whatever and blows their minds. It's like, this is some kind of cool swinging Mercury, Jupiter thing. I like it. I mean, I like it. I wouldn't want to be born with it, but I like listening to it. So it's like really nice. 41 is experimentally open, and you got Sun at Mercury, Jupiter. Let's look at his 41 vibration chart. So the next thing you can do, see, it's a 4-degree orb, this guy. 123, which equals 41 times 3, with only a 4-degree orb. Let's see if it picks up another planet. See, these are bigger orbs. I'm interested in with small orbs. There's a little bit of a 31. Oh, there's a 31 feeling also. There's a 31 and a 4. Wonder. Man, this guy is just, whew, wow. I mean, he must have been fun as a kid. Mommy, why is the sky blue? Yeah, but it's not blue over there. Good. Did God really make that? Yeah. I mean, it's fun. It's like so open. Like, let's see what's going on with 31 and 41. I don't know how you pay the bills with all this fun, but it's fun. So Sun, Mercury, Jupiter, Neptune, 31. What a sense of awe and wonder. So he can instill a sense of wonder, not looking for like simple answers, like, say this mantra and you'll get this, Jesus is the way. Wow, what do you want? What do you want the way for? Why don't you just have, why don't you just face the mystery? So this is nice, open. He could succeed at opening wonder. This is a hard thing to employ, so to speak. I mean, you could always be a philosophy teacher. So anyway, Mercury, Sun, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus. Oh, he's smart. Literary ability. Okay, so he could write clever things, maybe a little bit poetic. So that's one side of Michelangelo. He's got a cool name too, Michelangelo, to go with it. He can wear that name with a pattern like this, get away with it. So, I mean, for an American, I don't know, maybe it's like a common name. But anyway, Mercury, Venus, Uranus, sense of lyrics. Okay, so that's one part of him. I don't know, I don't know what you do with this, Michelangelo, but that's one big thing going on. Do you want to share anything about that?
Well, obviously, if I'm at this conference, I'm into astrology. But when I was growing up, I was interested in playwriting and the arts, acting, and then obviously I fell into astrology, the tarot. I've always been interested in philosophies and other people's belief systems, and yes, I do like I make connections. My official work, I would say, is I'm a policy writer for the public garden here in Montreal. But that is what I've always felt like I've led many lives, like parallel lives, the official and the unofficial. And the unofficial is really what really inspires me. And I've been very heavily involved with Jungian thought and psychosynthesis. Very early on, when I started studying astrology, I started with the Liz Green School of Thought. And in the recent years, I've been a little bit branching out into more the predictive stuff, the traditional stuff, approach to astrology. And but I'm always trying to expand and broaden. And I don't like formulas. I like to do things in a creative way and in a storytelling way. I also write. I've write poetry in my own time, and I have a strong contemplative nature, and I can spend hours just watching it.
Right.
The
Okay.
water, and that's it.
Yeah, let me say a few things about this. So he started talking about other configurations that have nothing to do with what I'm focusing on. Let me show you where the depth psychology and stuff comes from, and Liz Green and all that. Is the 8 vibration chart is very fundamental. If you, like I said before, if you have to interpret only one chart, interpret the 8 vibration chart. What do you see? Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, sense of design and organization. So this is artistic design. So he's been involved in the arts. He is fantastic at design. If you want to just rearrange the furniture in your house, if you want to rearrange your website page, whatever you want to organize, design, call up Michelangelo, and he's just got a good sense of taste and organization and what elements combine together nicely. And you'll say, oh, add a little light blue in here, blah, blah, blah. Oh, wow, that looked nice. Thank you. Okay, so he's got, that's what Venus, Jupiter, Saturn does. Now, the other thing he's got is the moon Pluto, less than 1 degree. Look how thick the sextiles are to Mercury. So that's another 3-planet combination. Moon, Pluto, Mercury, sextile in the most important vibration. Now, if I triple this vibration, if I do 8 times 3, it multiplies all the aspects by 3. So 1/6 times 3, or 1/3, becomes an opposition. 2 times 3 is 6. So if you blow this up, when you blow it up 3 times, it's just like a magnifying. It's like having a microscope, and everything blows up 3 times, and these little intricate aspects become more visible. So they become oppositions. So I go to his 24 vibration because it's easier to see. See, when I see it like this, it's like 24. I have to like squint my eyes and look at it. I'd much rather look at it like this. It's easier to see. And I see that he's got a very, very tight moon, Mercury, Pluto. Moon, Mercury, Pluto means psychology. It means, Freud and Jung and all this stuff. It means you're going to dig deep into understanding all that stuff that's going on. Moon, Mercury means history, your heritage. Pluto makes it ultra deep. So he's a fundamentally Moon, Mercury, Pluto person. When you go to the higher vibrations, you actually are seeing the real essence of the person. That's the crazy thing about it. When I started doing this 40 years ago, I thought, I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to see all these like little capillaries, like little tiny things there. I want to know about the aorta, man. I want to know what the big cable is. I don't want to care about all those little. Oh, was I ever wrong? Those little guys are actually the real power. So when you zoom in and you see Moon, Mercury, Pluto, you're seeing all that depth psychology stuff going on. Now, so he's studied all kinds of astrology and Liz Green and ancient stuff. Why? Because that's the most easily, obviously accessible thing. That's what everybody's talking about. Liz Green and Hellenistic, Liz Green, Hellenistic, Liz Green, Hellenistic, Vedic, Liz Green, Hellenistic, Liz Green, Liz Green. I mean, you just hear it over and over again. You got to be blind not to respond. So he responds. But because of his very strong 31 vibration, some of the Hellenistic astrologers, they're like Bible thumpers. It's like, Hellenistic, older, smarter. No, well, give me a break. So you get a lot of ego involvement, but because he's got the 31 vibration, he's never going to fall into that trap. I mean, holy smokes. Why don't we just all become Christian missionaries and try to convert everybody? Am I being too eccentric? You guys are following me. 31 vibration does not buy into ego-driven territories. So then he checks out the vibrational astrology cats, see what they're doing, and which is why he's going to check out everybody and enjoy it all and not take up arms defending a territory, because he's a Sun, Mercury, Jupiter, Neptune sort of person. Doesn't mean he doesn't have discrimination. Doesn't mean he doesn't decide who's right and who's wrong. He's just not going to get up in arms and be territorial about it. Plus, he's got 41 vibration. He's having too much time to be territorial. And he's Mercury Venus. Mercury Venus people are smart. They have literary ability. They know how to put things together. They're not dumbed down into simple formulas. So, because these involve some of his basic patterns. So basically, we can see what's going on with Michelangelo. So we see that he's going to keep cruising around. He's going to keep hitting the hot spots. He'll come back to these vibrational astrology cats, dig what they're doing for a while, and then he'll go back and he'll even check out the Vedic scene. He's going to check it all out, put it together, and come up with something of his own type, but it's got to come back to something about people's Moon, Mercury, Pluto stuff as well at some point. So it's not going to just be like strict horary, like where's, where did I, put my watch or something? I mean, that's fun, but, it's like, where did you put your pent up emotions is more relevant when you have Moon, Mercury, Pluto. So he'll keep coming back to that in some form as one of his things. Plus, he's a good writer. I think he's going to write some cool stuff. Could be like cross-disciplinary. You might write some cool philosophical, astrological, poetic, artsy, whatever, some mixy thing because of 31 and 41. So you can feel, do you guys feel him? He's here having a good time. He's cruising around with the vibrational astro guys, and that's cool.
I think it's feeding his brain and
feeding his brain,
mental and emotional feeding on him.
It's good to have this 31 vibration. Otherwise, you'd be stuck in your little box. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. There's advantages to everything. All right, does that make sense, Michelangelo?
Yes, it does. Thanks for that.
And it was entertaining too. So I kind of get in the style of what I'm looking at. Yeah. So, the awe and wonder and openness are some of your great gifts. It's not always the most pop thing. It's like I was saying, the whole world tries to dilute us. It's like each one of us has a special cool thing we can do. And that's a special cool thing that he can do that's different from what almost everybody else is doing. Okay. Okay, Nadia. Nadia, are you here?
I am indeed.
Okay, you are here. And so, Nadia, did we get this right? November 24, 1971, 1:05 a.m. in Al
Yeah, looks about right.
Okay. So that's the 15 Virgo rising. So we look at this, we see a Saturn Neptune. It's slow moving, but we're going to have to check out this Saturn Neptune. We're seeing a lot of dashed lines, but it's only 1/4 of a degree. We're going to have to see if the Saturn Neptune does anything with other planets. Let's see, we've got 10 minutes left. So when we look at the midpoints, there's a bunch of semis, because we're going to have to look at her 8 vibration to see what all these dashed lines are doing. But let me look at the midpoints. I want to see if Saturn and Neptune get involved. Jupiter, no, they're not doing a whole. Oh, Saturn's at Sun Neptune weak, so the Sun's weakly involved. All right, I want to see her 8 vibration because I want to know if that Saturn Neptune does anything real basic in 8 vibe. There's your Saturn Neptune 21 and 25, not doing a whole lot. And let's look at the midpoints. Still not doing much. I'm so curious about her Saturn Neptune because in the natal chart, they're very tight. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at her strongest vibrations. There's no one way to go about this, but I want to see if any strong vibrations show up with Saturn Neptune. There's a Venus Saturn Neptune, but that's in such a high vibe. No, I don't know what it's doing. All right, maybe we'll just bump into it along the way. Let's go back to her chart wheel. And let's look at her. Oh, let me show you this. I haven't done this yet. Let me take you through this thing. Oh, she's also got a Mercury Venus. You know why Mercury Venus is smart? Mercury Venus is smart because it's the beauty of the association. Like suppose a kid is in 3rd grade and he's got words like fat and skinny. And he might say emaciated, ooh, rotund, chubby, corpulent. It's like all these words have different attractive power. Mercury, Venus gets the fine nuances and attractive power, and the association is not just as barren connections, but it feels through all of the finer nuances. It gives like a literary awareness. Mercury, Venus can put you right through to graduate school. You don't even have to be able to analyze anything. All you got to do is understand how pretty it is, because you have this verbal facility. Does everybody follow what I'm saying? You don't actually have to solve calculus problems to get a PhD. Almost nobody can. But you have to have a sense of the delicacy of words. Without that, you're having a rough time. So Mercury, Venus gives power because it gives understanding of what people actually talk about. They're talking about movies and stories and that's Mercury, Venus land. It's the dominant form of interest. So anyway, she's got some Mercury, Venus. I'm interested in that as well. Let me look at these midpoints again. Oh, Jupiter's at Mercury. That's two. Jupiter's at Venus, Neptune, Mercury, Neptune. Yeah, so, she's got imagination. That's good. Big imagination. Oh, she has a sun-moon opposition in the 8 vibe. The 8 vibe is the major driving force. A sun-moon Venus. Wow. Nadia has a sun-moon Venus. Wow. So Nadia, even if you're half pretty, you could be a model or something. You don't even have to be, you don't even have to be completely pretty. It's like some ability to like convey some kind of like feminine beauty. So Sun, Moon, Venus, let's see what else it does. Let's see what the midpoints do. Sun, Moon, Venus. Well, anyway, we can now, let me show you this. We can just cruise through the vibrations. Let's look at 5, 7. This is something I wanted to show you, and we're almost out of time. I'm just going to look at some of the basic vibrations. What did I do? 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 17. Okay. And we can just see what kind of things show up. And we can see Venus, Moon, Jupiter, Pluto. Okay, she likes to go to the museum. She likes parks. She likes gardens. A lot of people like those things because it's 5 vibration. 5 vibration means, and it's Venus, Jupiter, Pluto, Moon. Yeah, she even knows a little botany and some of the history to things. And oh, in France, they did this. And, this corsage would look nice there. It's like nice, open, flowy Venus, Moon, Jupiter, Pluto stuff. But I don't know if she's going to make a big deal out of it. It's kind of nice. I want to go to Faye and I will go to the botanical gardens with you. It's going to be fun. And then in 7 vibrations, Sun, Venus, Jupiter, Sun, Moon, Venus, Jupiter. She's not a spendthrift. She's got good sense of like saving things. She could be a good financial consultant. 9 vibration. Venus, Saturn, Uranus. Venus, Saturn, Uranus, 9 vibration. Oh, that's interesting. That's like music that's corny and weird at the same time. Some kind of musicality. It's like changing keys or something. Mercury, Saturn, Neptune. Let's see what else she's got. So there's different things you can just see going on. I'm looking for something that's really big. Oh, 11, Moon, Jupiter, Neptune. She laughs. She likes to travel. Oh, she's seen a few places. She's been to a few places. And she got the mood. She got the feeling of it. That's good. It's good to travel and get the feeling of it. Should be a good
So
tour.
I do it.
Yeah. Yeah. So Faye and I are going to go to botanical gardens with you in some other country. That's going to be the really great combination.
I like the orchid park in Ecuador.
What is that?
I'd highly recommend the orchid park in Ecuador near the Amazon.
She's got a good sense of humor too. She's saying, translation, David, you hit it on the head. Okay, so she knows about orchid garden in Ecuador. Holy smokes. Okay. 13 vibration, Venus, Mars, Neptune. That's a little bit difficult. That's like no jerks allowed. You know, this is like romantic, but it's got high standards. So Venus, Mars, Uranus, and Venus, Mars, Neptune in 13 vibration means if she meets a guy who's really awesome, but he's got to be really awesome. He's got to make something of himself. She could fall in love, but most guys are going to fall a little bit short. I mean, they sell out too much. So she got pretty high standards. She wants somebody that's like as good or better than her, who's really done so. She's not jealous.
Shit, can you stop reading my mind, please?
You're not afraid of women are afraid of successful men, just like men are afraid of successful women. Not just guys who are afraid of success. It goes both ways. But see, 13 vibe, Venus, Mars, Neptune, that's that, and Venus, Mars, this is about the romance. It's 13 vibe, means looking for something special, something really, really special. I mean, special can be like somebody who's gifted, who plays the harp or whatever. It's like, whoa, that was pretty cool. I mean, whoa, that it takes some dedication and some character
That's exactly right.
Yeah. But most people just don't have that much character. They just don't. So anyway, so yeah, Nadia.
And
So
what
you've
was
been
the
to
17?
you've been to the orchid garden in Ecuador. What else can you tell us?
You said the finance. I used to be an investment banker. You mentioned calculus. I teach calculus.
Well, you cover a lot of territory.
Music, I used to play piano and violin.
Nice. So you played piano.
Funny music. I like Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah. So piano and violin, with the 13 vibration. Well, let me see what the Venus Uranus is doing.
And you mentioned, it was funny you mentioned the pretty thing, because I was the highest earner in my region when I used to do restructuring, and it was always sort of whispered that I was getting these deals just because of looks. But at the same time, I was doing the maths and the spreadsheet behind it.
Right.
And when I was at university, I went to Jesuit University, as someone mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
I was at Georgetown, and my grades in maths and stats and calculus were so high they had to remove me from the curve.
Wow.
And yet, I don't seem to be given much credit for that sort of thing.
Right. So it's still the old deal of like the pretty girl sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. So that
Thank you, Hans.
that's unfortunate. But I don't know. Humanity's going to have to evolve quite a bit, I guess, before we get beyond that. We're still a long way from seeing.
Oh yes, I'm very much into history. Yes, I love history.
Yeah. Well, you've got a lot of interests, and you've got some success with a number of them. So,
except money somehow at the moment, for quite a while.
Yeah. So yeah. All right. Well, I think we've covered enough. I mean, there's a lot of places I could go to. Yeah. I think we'll just.
And
leave
what does the 17th stand for?
The 17 So what 17 does is you can think of the first 16 vibrations as like foundational. Like this is how the basic wiring diagram of a person in their context operates. 17 is really the first vibration. Well, not really, but you can think of it as clearly stepping beyond that. And 17 has a little bit of 5 quality to it. Anyway, what 17 does is it says to itself, oh, okay, I was born, in San Francisco, California, to a bunch of hippie parents and blah, blah, blah. Well, what if I was born to, Buddhists in Japan or something? Like, what would that be like? Well, how are you going to find out?
Transcending.
Yeah, how are you going to find out what it would be like to be born to Zen Buddhists in Japan? You would read a novel, you would go to a play, you would engage in the stories beyond what you've experienced. We all love stories. We all love whatever it is. We love Old English stories. We love stories because.
Oh yes, someone had 17 earlier. That's right.
Yeah, and that's what
Thank you,
17
Faye.
does. 17 are often therapists because that's what therapists do. They engage in the stories of other people that you would never know about if you didn't have therapy sessions with them. And they're often actors because that's what an actor does. I'm now going to play, whatever, a criminal in New York City. Well, I don't know. I've never been to New York City. I don't know anything about criminals, but now I'm going to be one. And so you get.
And which harmonic were you saying that you look at to find what you're good at? Or is it the aspects within all the different harmonics that give you the flavor? And
Whatever vibration has the most connections with the smallest orbs is what you're good at. That's what you should do. Whatever vibration has
the 8 and 16.
Well, 8 and 16 describe basic functions, but if you want to find out what a person's good at, you find the configuration with the most planets that are closely connected with the smallest orbs. And we have a bunch of different tools for doing that. One of them is this listing. We have another listing that does it. They take like if you're doing a quick reading, this is supposed to be a seminar about quick readings.
Yes.
Anything takes more than 2 seconds to come up, it's not a quick reading. But we have other features, and Linda Berry also has an option that adds on to the Kepler series programs for finding highest vibrations. But they may take 5 or 10 seconds to come up. Well, that's too long for what I would call a quick reading. So for
I
quick,
think that would definitely be worth following up with.
yes, yeah, absolutely.
Very interesting.
Yes, absolutely.
And I love all your YouTube videos. Thank you.
Oh, good, cool, awesome. You're welcome. Okay, guys. Well, it is now 4:05. Let me wrap things up. Basically, what we've tried to do in these 4 hours is show you the basic language of vibrational astrology. The first few examples did not always hit 100% home because I was more in a teaching mode. So just as an example, if we went back to John's chart and then we apply the principles of what we've learned, we would be doing things like going to listing, harmonic patterns listing number 8, finding out what vibration these things are in. And you really have to do that to uncover the details of what's going on. So as an example, Moon at Sun, Jupiter, the Jupiter at Venus, Neptune is more of a driving force than might have been apparent. Anyway, you get the idea. And looking at all of the vibrations, one good thing to do is to look at all of the basic ones, like 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, and 17, for example, and see if there's an aspect pattern that just jumps out at you. And so he's got Mercury and Uranus, very tight 7 vibration. They're conjunct with under a degree orb. That's a classic astrologer combination. Totally classic for any kind of astrology. And then we would go up octaves and we would find out more about it. But you can just skim through these. You see Saturn trine the Sun-Moon conjunction. very sincere, very kind, good father. If he's got children, great father. Anyway, you can skim through them. You can see Venus, Mars, Sun. Great father, but he really has, a strong sex drive thing going on here. So you can see what stands out just by going through these things. So with some of the first ones I did, we didn't go into that level of detail because we're still learning the concepts. But in 4 hours, I think you've got a good idea of how we do quick readings. To summarize, we look at the midpoint structures and the aspects in the basic vibrations. If you do that, you'll see some of the fundamental things going on. And if you see 3 or more planets very tight, like we did with Will, then you can go in very exact once you understand how the vibrations and the planets work. But everybody's unique because it depends on the planets and the vibrations. I'm going to bring up the chat. Any last questions or comments or?
Yes, this is Harumi. If I want to learn more, what is the option?
Oh yeah,
besides YouTube video.
Yeah, I'm the world's worst promoter. So I forget to mention anything I do. Here's what I would recommend. Number one, join astrologydc.com. So if you go to astrologydc.com, this is where I'm now putting all the new videos. And there's we meet once a month for an hour and a half, and you can ask any questions. Since it's only $5 a month or $55 a year, you get all the latest videos. You get an hour and a half a month. It's recorded. So you get access to all these materials. All the new exciting stuff is going in here. And then after you pay the $5 a month or $55 a year, you can get into the video library. So that's one thing to do if you want to learn more about vibrational astrology. Like I said, that's relatively inexpensive. I'm not making as many YouTube videos as I used to. The other thing is, so here's like all these different categories and the latest videos that are being uploaded and stuff. The other thing you can do is there are books. There's a book that I came out with last month called Vibrational Astrology, The Essentials.
I have it.
Harumi has it. And do you have Linda's book too? Linda has a book on aspects.
You made it to Japan.
No, I live in US.
Okay. And
okay.
There's also a study guide which came out just last week or 2 weeks ago that summarizes some key points in vibrational astrology. And then there's the study guide. Yay, Will. We got somebody showing all this stuff, so Will's showing the study guide. It's really great summary of all key concepts. And then there are classes. The main classes are being taught by Clarissa Dolphin, Linda Berry, and Christopher Pridham. So Clarissa's website is siderealsoul.com. That's Clarissa. And Linda's is astrosleuth.org, I believe. Yep. There's Linda's. There's Clarissa's. And Christopher. Is his Rockstar Astrologer or something? Or is that somebody else? Anyway, I'll Google it. I can't remember his website. And Christopher, Pridham, and that will take you to his website, Pridham Astrology. And also Starlene Brighter is beginning to teach classes now as well. She's the fourth one. So Starlene, Breiter.
Is the rock star.
Oh, hers is Rockstar Astrologer. And so she's now teaching like more like one-on-one sort of classes. So those four people are teaching. I'm going to start teaching classes again at some point, but right now I'm mainly doing the astrologydc.com. And within a month, the next book comes out, which is the one I'm most excited about of all, is The Astrology of Bipolar Disorder, a Scientific Breakthrough. It's going to be about 270 pages, and it goes into the details of the, you might say the scientific part of it, the discovery. that this is not a joke. This actually really works, and how we figured out what is in the charts of people with bipolar disorder. So we have the books, the classes. And there are other vibrational astrologers who finished my program and getting trained by Clarissa, Linda, and Christopher.
The conference.
Oh, the conference. Okay, another minor detail.
And the Kepler Club too.
Oh, the Kepler Club. Well, thank you, Sharon. So there's the Kepler Club. If you go to astrosoftware.com, the astrology software website, and you go to other services, and then members club. So astrosoftware.com, and then go to the other services on the menu bar, and then select members club. This is, I think, how much is it per year? 35. It's only $35 per year, and it's a monthly meeting for 2 hours on any questions about the software. Sometimes the questions end up being about astrology. So I do 2 meetings a month, Kepler Club for 2 hours and Astrology DC for an hour and a half. So you get direct access to me through those things. And then there's the Vibrational Astrology Conference. We are going to do it live this year. So if you go to astrosoftware.com and you go to conference, you'll see it here. It's in early March of every year. And so the next one is March 4th through 6th. Probably have a smaller turnout because of COVID, and we have a big ballroom. So if you don't want to be near people, you can spread out, if you want to. But we are planning to do it live. And this is where all the latest research happens and where you get to actually meet people and talk. The first few conferences before the pandemic were incredibly exciting. And we're expecting, hopefully in 2023, it'll be in full gear with over 100 people there.
Yeah, the hotel does not require any COVID restrictions at this point. So, but if you're not vaccinated and you're not comfortable without a mask, you can wear a mask. Even if you're vaccinated, you want to wear a mask, that's fine too. But they do not put any restrictions or any vaccination card or anything. You just come and be yourself. And
yeah, like I'll be there. I'm gonna probably maintain fairly good distance from people, but not too fanatic. Some of you may know I got COVID. It almost killed me. I was one of the unlucky first ones in March. My attitude now is I think if I get a little bit of COVID regularly, it may actually be good for me. I don't know. Nobody knows. But anyway, so yeah. And here's our speakers for this coming year. But it's kind of an odd year. So we do have 25 people registered or so? Something like that.
You'll get more last minute people.
Oh yeah. Most people register last minute. So there's probably going to be 30, 40 people there. So
30 now.
Oh, 30 already. There's probably going to be 40 or 50 people. If it wasn't COVID, probably over 100. So, it will be happening as a live event.
Yeah, we have to make a breakthrough of this pandemic and make it in person so that it will have a way to normalize, not just being away from it. And yeah, we have to make things into a normal phase of life.
Yeah, well, it's tricky and everybody has a different strategy. But anyway, that's what's happening. And, it happens every year. The last 2 years, it was online because of the pandemic. And we made a last minute decision to go live with this one, with the usual thing. It's here in Gainesville, Florida. There's an airport here, small airport. You have to get a connection from somewhere.
You can show the book where to purchase it. Yves is asking about it.
Okay, so if you go to product, if you go to astrosoftware.com, go to products, and then at the bottom you'll see bookstore. So astrosoftware.com, products, and then bookstore, and then you'll see. What about the other books? Here's the Vibrational Astrology book. the guide. I guess you can just Google it. Oh, or you can get to it from the new website, right?
You can go to astrovibe.com.
So there's going to be a astrovibe.com. Oh, do we have org as well? Whoops. Astrovibe. We get both of them? No, astrovibe.org. So, oh boy, sorry, I can't type. Astrovibe.org. So we're setting up astrology vibration association of vibrational astrologers. We're developing a certification exam and all of that stuff. So vibrational astrology is becoming, you know, a well-developed system where people become certified and all that. And I think somewhere in here, get the newsletter. Here's the link for the conferences here as well.
On the top, it says the Vibrational Astrology Study Guide, Module 1. Click here on the third
Oh, right here.
paragraph. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So right here, click here, and that would take you to buying this. And Linda's book, I'm sure she has a link on her website to it. Aspects of Vibrational Astrology. Okay, so yeah, I forget to mention these things, so I'm glad you guys asked. Yeah, so there's lots of resources and more coming all the time.
And actually, Linda's book is published by that same company, so you could do it.
Lulu?
Yes, and
Yeah, you can always go
Lulu.com.
Go to lulu.com, and up here there's a search.
You can also get a link to it from our website. It's listed there where the bookstore is.
yes, and the book that Linda and David wrote was based on, my understanding is that it was based on Linda's notes from taking classes from David.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
That's exactly what this book is. So Linda developed this from taking notes and classes on interpreting aspects. Here's a study guide. They're both here at lulu.com. Yeah, so, you know, the monthly meetings through Kepler Club or through Astrology DC is a good way to stay in touch. You know, or taking the classes with Linda, Clarissa, or Christopher. And like I said, Starlene is starting up things as well. So yeah, a lot of things happening.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you to all of you for taking a big part of your day.
Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry we didn't get to everybody's chart. Although we did it so fast, we still didn't make it for everyone.
Yeah, I got more done than I usually do. I usually only get about half as many. Okay. God bless. Namaste. I hope to see you somewhere.
At the conference.
Okay.
See you at the conference, whoever can make it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Hi, Christina.
Thank you very much. Bye, everybody. Love you all.
Love you.
My people.
Bye.
We love you all too.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Okay, bye. I'm signing off. What happened? Signing.